A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
I've made a resolution, friends, to get more smoking fun. I've switched to milder Lucky Strike for 1951.
Ring out the old, ring in the new, a lucky year 'twill be, for we know fine tobacco counts an LSMFT.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Friends, are you happy with your brand? Here's why I ask. A recent 38-city survey shows that millions of smokers are not happy with the cigarette they're now smoking. Now, if this is true of you, and you want to be happy, go lucky. You see, fine tobacco, and only fine tobacco, always gives you both perfect mildness and rich, true tobacco taste. Everything you want in a cigarette. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. Yes, every Lucky you light gives you complete smoking enjoyment. That happy blending of perfect mildness and rich taste. So be happy. Go Lucky. Start with a carton today.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few short hours, it will be 1951, and another year will have passed into history. Yes, as the saying goes, time and tide wait for no man. So now we bring you a man who hasn't tried his luck with tide, but who has licked time, and here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. Now, Don, step away from the microphone and let Phil get on.
But, Jack...
Don, I said step away from the microphone and let Phil on.
But, Jack, why do you want Phil on so early?
Because this is New Year's Eve, and if we don't get him on fast, we may not have him at all. Believe me.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. I heard what you said, and that may be true of the old Phil Harris. Harris the ne'er-do-well. But I want you to know that the leopard has changed his spots.
Really, Phil?
Yes. For the year 1951, I'm going to be a new man. I'm going to spend more time around the house, devote myself to gardening. And who knows, someday my petunia bed may be the envy of the entire community. Phil, there is nothing more soul-satisfying than planting a seed. Watching the little plant push its tender leaves through Mother Earth and blossom into a fragrant flower.
Phil, let me look at something there.
A colorful bloom lifting its dew-kissed petals toward the warmth of the morning sun. Nature in all
for
its
heaven's
glory.
sake, Phil, you've got a script from Life Can Be Beautiful.
Oh,
here's our script.
Well, here I am, a bum again.
Yeah.
Jackson, tonight are we
Wait till I walk back to my microphone. Now cut that out! Musicians.
Jack, they were whistling at me.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Mary.
Happy New Year, Don.
Same to you, Mary.
Happy New Year, Phil. Phil? Phil, what are you daydreaming about?
Have you noticed the rich crimson colors of the poinsettias this year?
Bill, put down that script.
What script? I'm auditioning for a seed company.
Well, not now. We have a very special sketch to do tonight.
Oh, Jack,
What?
I got a letter from Mama this morning, and she wants me to thank you for the Christmas present you sent her.
Oh, good, good. Your mother. What does the Harriet Craig of Plainfield have to say?
I've got it right here. I'll read it to you. My darling daughter, Mary, just a few lines to let you know that we had a wonderful Christmas and hope you had the same. Please thank Jack for the present he sent us. It brightened up our whole Christmas.
What did you send them, Mary?
A light bulb.
60 watt.
Tell Jack we appreciate it very much, and it goes with the socket he sent us last year.
Yeah.
We had the whole family here for dinner on Christmas Day. And your cousin Martha came with her new husband, who is quite famous. He once wrote Lincoln's Gettysburg Address on the head of a pin.
Well.
I know a lot of people have done it before, but he's the only one who ever did it with a typewriter.
Well, now that's ridiculous. What else, Mary?
We've had a terrible cold spell, and it's been causing a lot of damage on the farm. For the last few weeks, we've been getting nothing but broken eggs.
Broken eggs?
The ground is so cold, the hens are laying them standing up.
Gee. Your mother's really going tonight, isn't she?
No other news, so we're closed now. Wishing you and Jack a very happy New Year. Your loving mother, Mama.
Say, Mary.
Wait a minute, Jack, there's more.
Oh.
Yes. Mary, I heard the program where you said grass reek instead of grease rag.
Mm-hmm.
How could you make a mistake like that when your sister Babe runs one?
You know, Mary, one thing about your mother. Come in. Well, look who's here. Well, hello, Dennis.
Do you mind if I sing my song right away? I'm in a hurry.
In a hurry? What for?
This New Year's Eve, Bub, I got to keep rolling.
What?
Want to have a quick one with me, Phil?
Dennis!
Step aside, kid.
Dennis, what's come over you?
Pucker up, Liv. I'm going to hang one on you.
Dennis! What happened to you?
When I got off the bus, I bumped my head.
Oh.
It feels so good, I hope I can get the same bus going home.
I hope so.
It was a Sunset bus.
Look, Dennis.
Once I did it on the Wilshire bus. What a hangover.
All right. Now, hold it. Dennis, what did you say when you first came in here?
Oh, I said, can I sing my song now? I'm in a hurry.
Look, kid, I heard your song at rehearsal, and the orchestra was out of tune.
Hold it, Scrooge. Hold it.
Scrooge?
Look, Jackson, you can stop being sarcastic because in 1951 I'm making a lot of changes to improve the band. I'm adding some new musicians.
Really?
Yep. I'm adding another pianist, 2 violinists, a clarinetist, a harpist, and a chiropodist.
A chiropodist?
Yep. He was with Guy Lombardo for 3 years, 2 years with Wayne King, 4 years with Kay Kaiser.
Phil, a chiropodist is someone who works on people's feet.
He is?
Certainly, don't you ask questions?
Jackson, when a fella tells you he's Petrillo's cousin, we band leaders don't pin him down.
Oh. Well, Phil, this new man will have a picnic with your band. They never wear shoes anyway. How they can snap their toes when they roll those dice is beyond me. How do you do it? You know, boys, Phil, these boys of yours are absolutely amazing. Lucky for you the phone rang because I had 3 more that were pips in here. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Barry. This is Rochester.
Rochester, I didn't expect to hear from you. I gave you New Year's Eve off. Are you at home?
No, I'm just reporting in from Central Avenue.
Oh, you've already started your evening, huh? Well, where are you now?
Well, right now I'm at the Esquire Club, but we've got a lot more places to go before midnight.
More nightclubs?
Yeah, and you ought to see the way me and my friends are dressed. Top hat, white tie, and track shoes.
Track shoes?
This is New Year's Eve. We can't waste time in transit.
Oh.
We came in this club so fast we spiked the doorman.
Well, Rochester, I hope you have a real good time tonight. Are you with Susie?
No, I'm with Eloise.
Eloise? Hey, she's a new one, isn't she?
Yeah.
Oh, you like her, huh?
Boss, when she smiles, she looks like a Los Angeles landlord the day they signed decontrol.
Oh.
That living again, eh?
Never mind that. Now, look, Rochester, as I said before, I want you to have a lot of fun tonight, but don't overdo it. When do you think this party will end?
Well, there's no set time, boss. People just go home as their birthdays come up.
What?
Mine's in June, so don't wait up for me.
Oh, no, you don't. You'll be back home tomorrow, and that's final. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Rochester. Gee, Rochester is so fortunate. New Year's and his day off come at the same time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is New Year's Eve, we are going to revive an old custom and present another.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Don?
Before you do the sketch, I think we ought to have a commercial.
A commercial? By all means. Is the Sportsman Quartet here?
Oh, yes, Jack, and they prepared a number that's quite appropriate for the new year. It's all about New Year's resolutions.
Well, that's very clever. I was afraid they'd have something about the 4th of July in here. Go ahead, boys. Let's hear it.
We resolve when playing golf to never lose our temper. We'll stop and smoke and count each stroke. We promise to remember. Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike. Be happy, go lucky, strike today.
When my wife demands a new fur coat just like her cousin, I light a lucky, take a puff, and say, let's buy a dozen.
When the phone awakens me some morning from my slumber, I promise not to blow my top. It's sorry, pal, wrong number.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike. Be happy, go lucky, strike today.
Everyone is making resolutions to reduce, but as for me, I just can't see that it would be much use.
Be hippie, go lucky, be hippie, go lucky, strike. Be hippie, go lucky, strike today. One more year has come and gone, and Penny's feeling fine. When his toupee is old and gray, he'll still be 39. Here's a resolution every one of you can make. Be full of cheer throughout the year, and then, for goodness sake, be happy, go lucky, strike. Be happy, go lucky, strike today.
Very good, Don. Wonderful. And sportsman, Happy New Year.
Happy
New Year.
Don, they talked. This is wonderful. Hey, come over here, fellas. Mary, say Happy New Year to him.
Happy New Year, boys.
Happy
Year. New.
Oh, darn it, the tenor got in the wrong place. Maybe we'll get it right next year. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to say, since this is New Year's Eve, we are going to revive an old custom and present our New Year's fantasy entitled The New Tenant, or Goodbye 50, Hello 51. Now, I will play the part of the old year, 1950. And Don, you will be the world.
Oh, Jack, every time you do one of these fantasies, you make me play the world. Just once, I'd like to be the little New Year.
You play the part of the little New Year? Don, that's ridiculous.
Ridiculous? Why? I could wear a diaper, couldn't I?
Don, you not only can't wear a diaper now, but there's a great element of doubt in my mind that you ever could. So you'll play the part of the world. Just come dressed in your latitudes. Or if it's cold, wear your longitudes. Now, let's see.
Jack,
What?
how come you're getting most of the jokes in the program today?
My writer did that instead of buying me a Christmas present. Cheap guys. Now, Phil, you will play the part of Uncle Sam, and Mary, you'll be Uncle Sam's wife, Columbia. Now, you and Uncle Sam have 48 children.
48 children?
Wait till Alice hears about this.
It's only a play. Now, Dennis, I have a very difficult part for you.
We have?
Yes, you will be several of the foreign countries in the United Nations, such as France,
Oui, oui.
England,
Rather.
Mexico,
Buenas noches, senor.
and Russia.
How do you do?
Now, Dennis, this is a very serious play, so let's get started. As the curtain rises, the old year, 1950, is in his room packing, and Columbia is helping him. Curtain. Music. Oh, Columbia. Columbia, will you come here a minute, please?
Oh, what do you want, 1950?
Give me a hand with my packing, will you? Got to get out of here by midnight and make room for the new tenant.
Oh, yes, little 51 will be here soon.
Yep. As soon as I'm packed, I'll be on my way. Sure wish I could take that television set with me.
Why?
That Faye Emerson. Wow! Say, Columbia, where's your husband, Uncle Sam? I'd like to say goodbye to him.
Oh, he's meeting with the UN again. There's so many things for him to straighten out these days.
Yeah, but Sam's been in a lot of tough situations before, and he's always come out all right. Well, almost got the suitcase filled. Now, let's see, what else? Oh, yeah, I want to take some of this music. Irene, good night, Irene. Irene, good night. Good night, Irene, good night. Yep, going to take that one with me. If Irene don't want to go to sleep, why force her? Now, let's see. Yep. Guess I got about everything.
Hiya, Rube.
Hiya.
What was that?
Oh, one of them flying saucers. Now, let's see. Yes, sirree. Guess I've packed about everything. Well, look who's here. It's Uncle Sam.
Hello, Sam.
Howdy, Columbia. I just dropped in to say goodbye to 1950.
Right nice of you, Sam, coming to say goodbye to me, considering all the trouble I gave you.
Yep, you've sure been a rough year.
Well, I know I made some mistakes, but...
Mistakes? Right off the bat, you froze up my son Florida. Then you practically ruined me with the coal and railroad strikes. And, brother, what you done to Notre Dame.
Now, don't be too hard on 50, Sam. He did his best.
Well, thanks, Columbia. Cried anyway. Well, I better get going.
Say, don't forget to say goodbye to my 48 kids.
I won't. They're my favorite little... Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Columbia, how come you're sitting there knitting?
Oh, ain't she told you?
Told me what?
We're expecting 2 more, Hawaii and Alaska.
Where?
Kind of tough knitting woolen underwear and brass skirts at the same time.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Hello, everybody.
Well, if it ain't the world.
Hello, world. How's the universe treating you?
No, I don't know.
Say, World, you don't look too happy.
Well, I haven't been feeling so well lately. You remember how sick I was from 1914 to 1918?
Uh-huh.
Then I had a relapse from 1939 to 1945.
Yep, I heard about it, but I thought you were all over that.
A few months ago, I suddenly developed a big pain around my 38th parallel.
Well, why don't you go see a doctor?
I did, and he knew what was wrong with me as soon as he took my blood count. Too many red cells.
I'd feel a lot better if they'd get something accomplished downstairs in the UN.
Say, they're having a meeting there now. Let's open the door and listen.
Order. Let's have a little order for the next speaker.
Look, the Russian delegate is getting up.
Yeah.
People of the world, gentlemen and comrades, we of the Russian Soviets wish for peace, and we are prepared to make a fair compromise. All we ask is a small buffer area. Of course, this would mean moving the 38th parallel slightly. We would like to move it somewhere around Alabama and Mississippi.
Now we would like to hear from...
I am not finished with my speech yet. Since I am here in America, I want to tell you the terrible things I have seen with my own eyes. Peasants are forced to ride in automobiles. In California, some of the peasants are even forced to ride with the top down. And they are wearing dark glasses so nobody should see how much they are suffering. And tomorrow in the concentration camp they call the Rose Bowl, 100,000 people will be forced to huddle together to watch a football game. That is why I say that...
Just a moment.
What is wrong?
Why is it, Mr. Russian delegate, that every time we discuss a matter here, you stall and delay the debate for weeks and months so it never ends?
Well, if you must know, the longer I stay here, the less time I have to spend in Russia.
Close the door, Sam. I've heard enough. Well, Columbia, it's almost midnight. Better get my bags together and... Say, the New Year's coming a few seconds early.
What do you mean, old-timer?
Look out the window. Here he comes now without any clothes on. Just a cloth wrapped around him. Hey, are you the New Year?
No, I'm on my way home from Santa Anita.
Doggone, I thought sure that was him. Well, let's see. I got my bags packed, got my hourglass. I guess I'm... Hey, that must be him now. Come in.
Hi, Rube.
Gone. There goes that saucer again.
I didn't see anything.
Neither did I.
Well, some people do and some don't. That's the first stroke of 12. I wonder what's keeping the new tenant. Little fella should be here by now.
Don't worry, he'll show up.
Now, before I leave, Sam, here's a little tip for you. Keep your shirt on, but your sleeves rolled up, and everything will be all right.
Don't worry, old-timer. They can push Uncle Sam just so far. Then he starts pushing back.
I know, Sam, but you're going to need a lot of things to push with. So keep your factories humming. People have to work a little harder and do without a few things, but they did it before, and they can do it again. Well, time's a-fleeting, but I can't leave till that little shaver gets here.
That must be him now.
Yeah. Come in. Yep, it's the little New Year. Hello, son.
Hello, old-timer. Isn't he cute?
Yeah, I'll bet he don't weigh much more than Sinatra.
Come here, Sonny. I want you to meet Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia.
Glad to know you, folks.
Hello, Sonny.
Hi, Bub. Make yourself to home.
And say, I almost forgot. This is the world. Want you to meet him, too.
Hello, son.
Hello. So he's the world, huh?
Yes, sir.
Gosh, there's enough room on him for everybody.
Well, there should be, and yet... Oh, I don't quite understand it myself. Well, it's getting late, and I'll have to be moseying along, son, but there are a few things you ought to know.
What is it, old-timer?
Well, the most important thing I want you to remember is to take good care of Uncle Sam here. You ain't going to have no picnic, 51. You may get some complaints about high prices and taxes.
Gee, I'm a little discouraged already.
Oh, I wouldn't be too discouraged. It looks bad, but some good things are happening. Some people are beginning to understand each other a little better. A couple of weeks ago, a fellow called Ralph Bunch, grandson of a slave, went to Stockholm to pick up his Nobel Peace Award. Take good care of him, Sonny. We need men like that.
I will.
Then there's some more fellas I want you to take care of. You'll hear about them. Ike Eisenhower and Douglas MacArthur. They've been helping Sam for a long time. There's some others, too. Sam will tell you who they are, won't you, Sam?
I sure will.
The reason I'm mentioning this, Sonny, is because I want you to be a little more careful than I was. See, I lost some mighty good boys while I was here. One of them just recently. A fellow named Walton Walker. He was a general, and a darn good one, too. And then there were thousands of others who weren't generals, or weren't even officers. Just plain GIs. But they're all doing their job for Uncle Sam. Weren't they, Sam?
Yep. I'll never forget him.
Then there was another fellow we lost during my time.
Was he a soldier, too?
Well, you could call him that. Sort of a singing soldier. He used to go around entertaining everybody. Singing songs and telling jokes, making people happy. I wish you could have seen him.
He was good, huh?
Good? Why, son, when he'd get down on one knee and sing about his mammy, the people would stand up and cheer. And after he sang and sang and sang, and you thought he was all through, he'd look right at you and say, "You ain't heard nothing yet." There's the 11th gong.
Gee, I feel older already.
Well, you got a big responsibility, son. And just as soon as I go, it's all yours. Well, I guess I'll be on my way. Gosh, I hate to go. There's so many things I wanted to do. But you're young and strong, and I guess I'm leaving it in good hands. Goodbye, son.
Goodbye.
So long, Sam. So long, Columbia.
Goodbye, old-timer.
Goodbye, 1950.
So long, world. Keep smiling.
Let's throw our cares to the winds and join a Happy New Year's party.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, strike today.
The bells will ring, the whistles blow to celebrate this night. So let's all light a lucky strike and start the new year right.
I'm Father Time, I'm leaving soon, so take my tip on parting for milder smoking all year through. Buy Lucky's by the carton.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, strike today.
Friends, enjoy your cigarette. If you're not happy with your present brand, and a 38-city survey shows that millions of smokers are not, smoke Lucky Strike. With every Lucky you light, you always get the happy blending of perfect mildness and rich, true taste that fine tobacco, and only fine tobacco, can give you. And remember, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for all the deep-down smoking enjoyment you want and deserve in a cigarette, be happy, go lucky. Yes, in 1951, make every carton Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky, strike today.
night, everybody, and a Happy New Year from all of us.
Happy New Year, everybody! Happy New Year!
Be sure to hear Dennis Day in the day in the life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately. Transcribed, this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
I wooed my gal with music soft and finally won her hand when I got smart and switched right to that happy lucky brand.
Throughout the South and up north too, most smokers will agree. For perfect mildness and rich taste, smoke LSMFT.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Friends, enjoy your cigarette. If you're not happy with your present brand, and a 38-city survey shows that millions of smokers are not, switch to Lucky Strike. With every Lucky you light, you always get complete smoking enjoyment. That happy blending of perfect mildness and rich, true taste that fine tobacco, and only fine tobacco, can give you. And remember, LSMFT, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. So for all the deep-down smoking enjoyment you want and deserve in your cigarette, be happy, go lucky. Make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take you back about an hour before the broadcast. At the moment, Jack is in his dressing room talking to Rochester.
Say, Rochester, the rehearsal went pretty good today, didn't it?
I guess so.
I thought the script sounded very funny, didn't you?
It was all right.
Rochester, what's the matter? You've been acting kind of blue all day. What's wrong?
Well, I'll have to tell you sometime, so I might as well do it now. I'm going to leave you.
Leave me? Why?
Well, boss, let's put it this way. You know that Bank of America down on the corner by your house?
Yes.
Well, I've been passing it for 15 years, and just once I'd like to turn in.
Oh, stop. You get everything you want, a nice home, food, clothes. Besides that, I give you pin money.
I know, but stick me a little deeper, boy.
Rochester, I'm hurt to think that money could come between us after all this time. Why, you've been with me for 14 years.
15 years, boss.
No, 14.
15. I came to work for you the first year you were 39.
Oh, stop bragging. I was 39 before I ever met you. Anyway, Rochester, you're not going to leave me.
Yes, I am. I got another offer.
Another offer? Look, Rochester, you do hard work. I have been thinking of giving you a raise, and, well, since this is the start of a new year, you may as well get it now. Tell me, how much am I paying you?
You mean including withholding tax, Social Security, deductions, and unemployment insurance?
Yes.
We break even and shake hands.
Well, that's all going to be changed. Starting today, I'm giving you a $10 a week raise. What have you got to say to that?
Oh, that's wonderful, boss. Wonderful. Excuse me a minute. Hello? I'm sorry, Miss Bankhead. The deal is off.
Now, Rochester, I know you're kidding. So stop making up a lot of things. Come in.
Hey, Jackson, I finished rehearsing the band.
Good, good.
We're going to run through the script again?
No, it isn't necessary, Don.
Oh, I still have to rehearse my song.
We'll do it later, Dennis. Come on in and relax a while. You know, fellas, I was thinking that perhaps we could... Oh, Phil, for heaven's sake, watch what you're doing. You're mussing up my hair.
I'm sorry, Jackson. I didn't see it there when I sat down.
Well, be more careful next time.
Throw it up in the air, Phil. I've got my slingshot.
Now, cut that out. I wish you fellas wouldn't upset me right before the show.
Oh, now, what's the matter, Jack? Why are you so nervous?
Don, you know I'm always on edge right before a broadcast.
Jackson, I can't understand you. What do you get to be nervous about?
What?
Why don't you be like me?
Like you?
Certainly. When I do a show, I just walk out and stand in the middle of the stage, look the audience right in the eye, and defy them not to like me.
I should do that?
Yeah, but first marry money like I did.
I knew there was a catch to it. Listen, Phil, when I have to do... Come in. Oh, it's Mel Blanc. Hiya, Mel.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Here's that $1 I owe you for the Rose Bowl game.
Oh, thanks, Mel.
Hey, Mel, you bet on California, huh?
No, I didn't bet.
Then why do you owe Jackson $1?
I watched the game on his television set.
All right. See you later, Mel.
Yeah, so long.
By the way, Don, you should have come over.
Oh, I didn't have to, Jack. I was at the game.
Oh.
And it was really exciting. But the most thrilling thing of all was when Michigan won and they carried Coach Oosterban out of the bowl.
That's right.
Oh, say, Phil, what did you win?
Me?
Yeah, I saw them carry you out, too.
What?
I was the only one who cheered.
Look, Dennis.
Boy, was I proud. Phil's my friend.
Dennis, you can stop being proud. Out of the 98,939 people at the Rose Bowl, your friend was the only one who didn't know Michigan won till January the 4th. That's your friend over there. Now, Don, would you do me a favor? Oh, hold it a minute. Hello? Oh, hello. How are you? Look, I'm just trying to be polite. Dennis, it's your mother.
Thank you. Hello? Oh, yes, Mother. Well, Mother, you told me to take off the ornaments and then burn the Christmas tree, so I burned it. Well, you didn't say anything about taking it out of the house.
What?
All right, Mother. I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Dennis, what happened?
Same as last year, our house burned down.
Oh, well, fortunately, your mother's a carpenter. Now, Don... didn't expect that laugh. Now, Don... Would you go out on the would you go out on the stage and see that everything is ready for the broadcast?
Okay, Jack.
I'll go with you, Don.
Now, Dennis, while I'm taking care of the script, you see that the boys in the band have the music.
I beg your pardon, but could you tell me where Studio A is?
Well, yes, it's right around the... wait a minute. Aren't you Deborah Carr?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm certainly glad to see you. I'm Don Wilson.
Yes, I know. And this is Dennis Day, isn't it?
Yes. Dennis, you know Deborah Carr.
How do you do, Miss Carr?
Hello, Dennis.
Deborah, Jack's in his dressing room. I'll call him. Oh, Jack! Jack!
What is it, Don?
Look who's here!
Well, if it isn't Deborah Kerr. Hello, Deborah.
Hello, Jack.
Jack, her name is pronounced Carr. Isn't it, Deborah?
Yes, but that's all right. A lot of people make that mistake.
What do you mean mistake? It's spelled K-E-R-R, isn't it?
Yes, but in England it's pronounced Carr.
Oh.
Just like here in America you say Derby, and over there we say Derby.
Oh, yes. Well, that reminds me. Yesterday I was in the Brown Derby, and I ran into Clerk Gable. thought that was good. You know, he was having barsht.
It's borscht over there, too.
Oh.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Miss Carr, but we have a few last-minute things to do before we start the broadcast.
Yes, go ahead, Don. Tell me, Deborah, what are you doing here at CBS?
I came down to see a television show. Some friends of mine are on it.
Oh, really? You know, Deborah, I did a television program.
Yes, I know, Jack. I saw it. That was about 10 weeks ago, wasn't it?
Yes, and now I'm going to do another one.
So soon?
Soon?
I mean, with your radio shows and all, how do you find time?
Well, it is difficult. But you know, Deborah, it's such a coincidence running into you today when only last night I saw your latest picture, King Solomon's Mine.
Oh, did you like it?
Yes, I saw it at a drive-in, and I thought it was just great. But I missed the very end of it.
You did?
Yeah, you see, the fog came up suddenly, and I couldn't see the last 50 seconds of the picture.
Oh, well, if you wish, I'll tell you how it ended.
No, it wouldn't be fair. I got my money back. But Deborah, King Solomon's Mine was really exciting, and you and Stuart Granger were wonderful in it. But I must tell you a little secret. For a while, the producer was considering me for the part.
Well, Jack, I'm certainly glad I got it.
No, I meant Stuart Granger's part. I think. I would have loved to have gone to Africa. I bet you got a kick out of it.
Well, most of it was fun, but we had one horrible experience. We ran into a tribe of savages. They were so fierce-looking, so wild-eyed, and so completely uncivilized. Oh, I never want to see a sight like that again.
Then you better close your eyes. Here comes Phil Harris's musicians. Look out! What a gang.
Yes, the one with the clarinet looks like an anteater.
It is an anteater. Phil doesn't know it. Now, Deborah, getting back to King Solomon's Mines, and believe me, I don't want to sound like a ham or that I'm envious of Stuart Granger, because I'm not. But if I had played that part, I would have done it a little bit differently. I would have sort of changed things around.
But, Jack, you couldn't change the locale.
No, Deborah, I didn't mean that. I would have kept it in that same place, in the heart of Africa, in the same treacherous jungle with the savages constantly singing their chants and beating their native drums. Yes, I would have done it something like this.
My name is Alan Porterby. My business is leading safaris through the animal-infested jungles of dark Africa. For 12 years, I lived among the savages in the Belgian Congo. I lived in a little village called Nairobi Sekarnyanjo, Kenzo Poziga, Uganda Watusi Tanganyika. My friend stopped writing to me because my address was driving him nuts. They couldn't remember my zone number. That's why I decided to leave the treacherous life of the jungle and go back to England. In fact, I was in my hut packing, happy in the knowledge that I would soon stop hearing the monotonous beat of those infernal drums.
Let me see now. I think I've got everything packed. I can hardly believe it. In 3 short weeks, I'll be back home. Gosh, I haven't seen a civilized woman in over... Ooga boogie. Yes, sir. It'll sure be good getting back. Ooga boogie. Doggone it, ooga boogie means come in. Those natives don't even understand their own language. I said ooga... Well.
Hello. Well, don't stand there staring at me. Aren't you going to ask me to ooga bogey?
Yes. Come in. Come right in.
Are you Alan Quartermain?
Her voice was so beautiful. Even the name Alan sounded good to me.
Yes, I'm Quartermain. What can I do for you?
I heard that you're the best guide in Africa, and I want to hire you to lead a safari through the jungle.
Well, you're too late. I was just packing to go back to England.
But I've traveled thousands of miles to see you.
I'm sorry, miss. My mind is made up.
But you can't. You can't turn me down. It's a matter of life and death. Please, you've got to listen to me. I've come all this way to see you because you're the only one who can help me. So don't turn me down. Please. I beg you. I implore you. Please say you will do it. I need you. I need you. I need you.
As she lay there, crumpled at my feet, exhausted from her dramatic outburst, I was confused. I couldn't tell whether she was after me or an Academy Award.
I'm sorry, miss, but I've had enough of the jungle, and I'm going back to England.
Oh, but Mr. Quartermain, I'm trying to find my lost uncle. He came to the jungle to write a book. His name is Sylvania Cartwright.
Sylvania?
That was his pen name.
Oh, yes, Pennsylvania. That writer I'm firing. So your uncle is lost, eh?
Yes, he came here 2 years ago to do some research on King Solomon's mines.
King Solomon's mines? That's just a myth. There's no such place.
Oh, but there is. My brother has a map.
Your brother?
Yes, he's right outside. I'll call him in. Oh, brother, come in here.
So you're her brother, eh?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
It was then I decided to go on this dangerous trek through the death-infested jungle, if only to lose him.
All right, I'll go with you. But before we leave, you'll have to sign this register.
Certainly.
That's a pretty name. Deborah Kerr.
That's Carr.
Carr?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Not wanting to cheat a hungry leopard out of an hors d'oeuvre, I didn't lay a hand on him. The next morning, I formed a safari. With 22 natives carrying water, food, and supplies, we set out on our dangerous journey. For miles and miles and miles, the natives sang their tribal chant as we hacked our way through the jungle.
What's the matter?
Stay close together. This is very dangerous territory. There may be a lion lurking behind every bush. Quiet, everybody. That bush, it just moved. The natives will circle it. Then after I shoot, they'll dive in and grab it.
What do you think it is?
I don't know, but if it's a lion, we'll skin it. If it's a gazelle, we'll eat it. Quiet now. They got it! They got it! Umba kalona nuwamba!
Amoya lona mawaka kahona upo!
Well, at least the natives can eat.
What did you shoot?
Your brother. See that hole in his head?
Oh, he's always had that.
Oh.
But you did enlarge it.
Oh, I shot him all right, but I still couldn't get rid of him. Our goal was King Solomon's mines, and her brother was the only one who had the map. It was painted on the roof of his mouth. He did it himself. Of course, he had to buy the brush and the paints. He had his own palette. When I heard myself saying a thing like that. I knew the sun was hotter than I thought. But we had to trek on if we ever expected to reach our first stopping place, the village of Kalawana. As our safari pushed through the jungle, our natives sang their tribal chant.
We don't want to leave the Congo, no, 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 no. Now it's bingo, bango, bongo, we're so happy in the jungle we refuse to go. We must admit your video makes us giddy, so let's get this clear. Just as long as we have luckies, we'll stay right here. Oh, bonga, 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 you can have your Cucamonga, Anaheim, or a zoo. There is nothing in Kentucky like puffing on a lucky in your own canoe. No puff is ever rough, there's no rough puff in Lucky's, you know. So don't forget to take along a lot of Luckies wherever you go. Take a lot or you'll soon be sorry. Arganuamawa means lucky
When the natives finished their chant, I thought I heard people applauding. Then I realized it was just two Ubangis having an argument. For the next 2 weeks, we trudged onwards to Kalawana.
Quartermain.
What is it, Deborah?
Look at that strange little bird up in that tree.
Where?
There.
What's strange about that?
It's the first time I ever saw a woodpecker with a mustache.
You'll see many strange things deep in the jungle.
Look out for that line.
Oh, Quartermain, I'm frightened. How much further is it to Kalawana?
About 15 miles.
Gee, that isn't so bad.
Why, no, it's... What? Did you hear that, Deborah? Your brother talked, and I thought I killed him. I carried him for 2 weeks. He tricked us. The cur...
That's car.
Oh, yes. Come here, brother. Open your mouth so I can look at the map. Come on, open your mouth. Wider. Wider. Not you.
I'm sorry.
Now, brother, hold your mouth open so I can look at the map.
I looked in his mouth, and I was able to see the map very clearly now, because the light was coming through the hole in his head.
Deborah, according to the map, we must be close to the village of Kalawana right now.
Aganuamawa! Aganuamawa!
Quartermain, wait.
Akua!
What's wrong, Deborah?
I can't go on. I'm so thirsty. I must have something to drink.
Well, I was saving this for myself, but here, you can have it.
What is it?
Snake milk.
Snake milk? How in the world do you get snake milk?
Oh, the usual way, but you need a very low stool. Don't throw away the bottle. I get 2 cents back. Let's go.
What's the matter, Quartermain?
We must be near the village. Look, there's a horse.
And there's a pig.
And there's a rabbit.
What's up, Doc?
We really didn't see those animals. But if you think I'm going to pay Mel Blanc just to do a lousy woodpecker, you're crazy. However, we did reach the village of Kalawana. And as we approached, a native chief came running up to us excitedly and said,
Lala Boogie Malakola Hananoya.
Huh?
Lala Boogie Malakola Hananoya.
Quartermain, this native is asking us something, but we don't understand.
I'll find out what he wants. Nula Magina?
Lala Boogie Malakola Hananoya.
Oh, Michigan 14, California 6. Tell me, Chief, where is King Solomon's mines?
Baga!
When I mentioned King Solomon's mine, the whole tribe turned on us. Their frenzy mounted. They tied us to stakes and built a huge fire around us. Deborah became panicked.
Quartermain, help me!
Courage, Deborah, courage!
As I stood there helpless, the native, painted in grotesque colors, grabbed Deborah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this exciting epic of the jungle will be continued next week. Will Jack and Deborah escape from the cannibals? Will they find King Solomon's mines? Will Mel Blanc get paid? Tune in next Sunday for the closing episode of King Solomon's Mines.
With our special guest star, Deborah Kerr.
That's Carr.
Oh, yes.
We'll be back in just a moment. But first, let's join some winter sports at a mountain ski lodge.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
I run a winter sporting lodge for skating and for skiing, but the favorite sport of everyone is LSMFTing.
Good clean snow reminds me of the cigarette I like. It's always firm and fully packed, you know it's Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Friends, are you happy with your cigarette? Here's why I ask. A recent 38-city survey shows that millions of smokers are not happy with the brand they're smoking. Now, if this is true of you and you want complete smoking enjoyment, switch to Lucky Strike. You see, fine tobacco and only fine tobacco always gives you that happy blending of perfect mildness and rich, true taste. Everything you want in a cigarette. And everybody knows LSMFT, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. So, friends, really enjoy your cigarette. Be happy. Go lucky. Make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week we continue with the second episode of King Solomon's Mine, starring Deborah Kerr, through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Deborah, thanks so much for being on our show. We want you to be here next week at the same time.
Well, do I get paid again next week?
No, you see, if you hadn't argued so much about the pronunciation of your name, we could have finished it tonight. Good night, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, when a fellow needs a friend, he needs a helping hand. The hands of the big brothers have helped thousands of growing boys to find their way to useful life. Be a big brother yourself. All you have to invest is your time and your interest. Write Big Brother of America, Philadelphia 3, Pennsylvania. Thank you. Be sure to hear Dennis Day and a Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, the Bill Harris, Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Bill Harris, Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Bill Harris. There have been rumors lately that Phil Harris doesn't have a sponsor. I should like to correct these rumors. He does have a sponsor, a very reputable company. Unfortunately, he's been forbidden to mention their name. This has bothered Phil to the extent where it's preying on his mind day and night. In fact, right now he's having a horrible nightmare about it.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Harris hasn't got a sponsor. Harris hasn't got a sponsor. Harris hasn't got a sponsor. Harris hasn't got a sponsor.
Stop it, everybody. Now stop it. Stop picking on me. I tell you I have got a sponsor.
Unlikely story.
Frankie knows I have. Renly, tell him that I've got a sponsor. Tell him.
Don't talk to me, you unemployed bum.
I'm not unemployed.
Oh, you kidding? If it wasn't for your wife being in burlesque, you'd starve.
My wife is not in burlesque. She just signed a contract by mistake. Alice, tell him you're not in burlesque. Go on, tell him, Alice.
The name is Boo Boo. Don't bother me, Buster. I gotta get ready for my bubble dance.
Alice, why are you dressed like that? You look awful.
It's all your fault, Philip. You're not working and she has to wear last year's burlesque costume. Look at it. It's full of patches.
Worse than that, she has to wear last year's bubbles. Vulcanized, yes.
Everybody's picking on me. Everybody except my children. They believe me. You know I got a sponsor, don't you, baby Alice?
Who is this man, Phyllis? He's our unsponsored father. Alice, did he ever have a job? I can't remember that far back. I'm only 8 years old.
Well, I did too have a job. And I had a sponsor, and I can prove it. First there was, smile a while, let a song be your style, use Fitch shampoo. And then there was, good health to all from Rexall.
And now there's unemployment hits the spot. This guy's washed up. He's all shot. He can't get a job no how. They put him out to pasture now.
I wouldn't mind so much, but he's got such a lousy voice. For the last time, I'm telling you all that I got a sponsor.
Then why don't you mention his name on the air?
He won't let me. He threatened to cut me off the air if I ever mention the name of the company.
Well, you're not on the air now. Tell us the name of your sponsor.
Very well. The name of my sponsor is the company. How do you like that? They cut me off even in my dreams.
Let's face it, Philip, you're no good to anybody anymore. You're like an old workhorse that's worn out. Why don't you do away with yourself?
I got a better idea. Let's break his leg and destroy him.
That's too cruel. Let's just push him off the top of this building. Grab him, Julius. Shove him, Willie. So long, Curly.
Get away from me. Stop pushing. Now get away from me. Stop pushing me. Look out. I'm falling. I'm falling.
Ow! Oh, Phil, stop screaming and wake up. Speak to me.
Speak to her? I just fell out of a 12-story building, and this kid wants me to say hello.
You didn't fall out of any building.
Then what was that thud I just heard? Alice, don't tell me you fell off the runway.
You fell out of bed. You must have had a nightmare.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I had a terrible dream. I dreamt that nobody had any use for me because they thought I didn't have a sponsor. Alice, this situation is getting me down.
Oh, why worry about it? You're getting paid every week. You've got a sponsor. Laugh it off when people say they don't believe it.
How can I laugh when inside my heart is being torn asunder? I ain't no clown like Pagagalotki.
I presume you mean Pagliacci.
Presume what you wish. I will say it as I wish. Alice, I've got something to do about this. I mean, it's a big thing. I can't just go around doing this. All of my friends are starting to shun me, and, well, some of the guys in the band are threatening to quit.
Well, your real friends won't quit you. They'll stick.
Well, how do I know? Hold it, I'll get that. Hiya, Frankie. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you, too, Curly, and here's my resignation.
You're resigning? Well, why?
I find it intolerable to be associated with a guy whose sponsor wants no part of it.
Oh. So you're off me, too, huh, Remley? After all I've done for you. Oh, blow, blow, thou winter wind. Thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude.
What was that?
Shakespeare's As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7, line 174. Any questions? Remley, how could you desert me?
I had to, Curly. This situation is unbearable. When I visit my friends, what can I say to them?
What you always say to them, that you spoke to their lawyer and he's framing some new evidence.
I don't mean those friends. I'm talking about my society friends.
Your society friends?
Yes. Why, do you realize Lady Invercliffe hasn't invited me to tea in over a fortnight?
All right, Remley.
And Lord Chumley. When he sees me coming, he deliberately steams up his monocle.
Yeah, I said okay,
and particularly do I miss the pig-sticking sessions with the Bengal lancers.
Egad, how devastating. Alice, did you hear that?
What, Bill?
Lieutenant Remley hasn't lanced a bagel in ages.
What are you talking about?
Like I told you, now Remley's even quitting me.
I have to. People ask me who our sponsor is, and I'm not allowed to tell them. It's humiliating.
Oh, Alice Remley's right. And something's got to be done about the situation.
Well, if you feel that way, Phil, why don't you go down and talk to them at RCA?
What have they got to do with it?
They're our sponsors.
Are you sure? I could have sworn it was Swanson's Chicken Fricassee. With that down-home gravy.
Now, you know it isn't. Now, come on, let's go down and see Mr. Scott at RCA, and maybe you can talk him into letting you mention the name of his company.
Okay, the way I feel, I'll try anything. Come on, let's go.
You know, Phil, maybe we're making a mistake coming down here. You know, Mr. Scott said he never wanted us to be seen around the company's office. He doesn't want people to know that we're associated in any way.
Oh, nonsense. He loves me. Come on, let's go in. Hi, Mr. Scott. We just came...
Harris! I thought I told you people never to show up here.
But, Mr. Scott...
Quick, close that door and turn the light out. I'll pull the shades down.
Mr. Scott, what are you doing?
Didn't I tell you people never to come near this building? Did anyone see you come in?
Of course not. I took all the precautions according to Clause 27 in our contract. When I left my house, I took a cab for 4 blocks, changed to a bus, went to Azusa, doubled back through Pomona, put my disguise on, and entered the building from the rear. Walked up the stairs on my hands so I wouldn't leave any footprints, and here I am.
And we cut your secretary's tongue out so she can't talk. And here it is.
Don't be facetious. Our agreement didn't call for any measures as drastic as that. All the contract says is that if you're ever seen in the vicinity of the building, our guards have the right to shoot you on sight.
If you want my opinion, I think this whole thing is ridiculous, Mr. Scott.
I am not interested in the opinion of a burlesque queen, boo-boo.
For the last time, I'm not a burlesque queen. I signed that contract with Milligan's Burlesque by mistake.
Forget about it, will you, Alice? Look, Mr. Scott, you got to do me a big favor. I'm a very unhappy man. And, well, there's one thing you can do that will make life worthwhile for me.
What's that?
Let me do a commercial on the show.
Definitely no.
Well, why not? All I'm asking for is one crummy commercial. Gee whiz, what can it hurt?
The company. Harris, this is one thing I'll never agree to.
Curly, let me handle it. Mr. Scott.
What's on your mind, Chowderhead?
As you know, I am not the type to resort to blackmail. But if you don't let us do a commercial, I'll be forced to tell everybody what a practical joker you are around the office.
What are you talking about?
Your secretary told me that every time she sits on your lap, you spread your knees apart and she falls on the floor. How hokey can you get, Scott?
I never spread my knees apart. She's never been on my lap.
And I know why, too. She told me you have water on the knee and she keeps floating away.
Oh, what did I do to deserve this? I'm a busy man. I've got problems in the office. You people come in and drive me crazy. I'm having a little trouble with my wife.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear you're having trouble with your wife, Mr. Scott. Can we help?
Yeah, is there anything we can do to widen the rift?
I'm sorry to hear that you're getting a divorce, Mr. Scott.
Well, thank you. I'm not getting a divorce. We're just having a little spat about her singing.
Oh, does your wife sing?
Yes, she does.
What kind of a voice does your wife have, Mr. Scott?
Well, it's hard to describe. Sort of high and shrill and... Well, when she sings, it sounds like her corset is too tight. She wants me to get her a job as a professional singer, and I don't have time for such nonsense.
Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Scott. Maybe we can help you. You see, we're in show business, and, well, we know everybody. We'll get your wife a job singing.
Would you? Well, that would be wonderful. I'll call her right now and tell her.
Wait a minute, not so fast. Now, if we get your wife a job, you got to do us a favor. You got to let us do a commercial on the show.
Well, it might even be worth that. All right, Harris. Get my wife a job as a singer, and I'll let you do the commercial.
Oh, thank you. Scotty, you go call your wife, tell her to come to our house right away, and we'll get her started on her professional career. Come on, Alice, let's get home. Thanks. So long, Scotty.
Really awfully nice of you people to help me out with my singing career.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, Mrs. Scott. It's a pleasure. Alice is on the phone now calling some of our radio friends.
Oh. Yeah, we'll get you a job in no time.
You know, I'd like to hear you sing something, Mrs. Scott.
Oh, would you? Very well, then. Me, 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 me.
Choke it a little, honey. I think you're cobbling.
Will you keep quiet, Remley? You have no appreciation of fine music. Mrs. Scott, that was the best rendition of Goodnight Irene I ever heard.
I hadn't started to sing yet. I'm just warming up.
Well, get out of the bullpen and get started.
I have to vocalize first.
Naturally. Now, go ahead. May we hear you sing, Mrs. Scott? That ain't go get it, honey. You see, you're singing from up there, and the voice must come from down here.
Oh, of course. You mean from the abdominal region.
Yeah, that's it. Now, shall we try it again?
Right. How was that?
Much more abominable. But you see, Mrs. Scott, you still don't have those pear-shaped tones, like, well, watch this. How now, brown cow. How did that sound?
Like a brown cow singing.
Please be thought of this. Look, Mrs. Scott, you'll never get any place with those two songs you just sang. You see, you've got to sing something that has a little meaning and depth to it. Something like The Thing.
What is The Thing?
Oh, here's somebody that hasn't heard it yet. What an opportunity. While I was walking down the beach one bright and sunny day, I saw a great big wooden box a-floating in the bay. I pulled it in and opened it up, and much to my surprise, ooh, I discovered right before my eyes. Ooh, I discovered right before my eyes. I picked it up and ran to town as happy as a king. I took it to a guy I knew who'd buy most anything. But this is what he hollered at me as I walked in his shop. Ooh, get out of here with that before I call the cop. Ooh, get out of here with that before I call the cop. I turned around and got right out a-running for my life. And then I took it home with me to give it to my wife. But this is what she hollered at me as I walked in the door. Oh, get out of here with that, and don't come back no more. Oh, get out of here with that, and don't come back no more. I wandered all around the town until I chanced to meet a hobo who was looking for a handout on the street. He said he'd take most any old thing. He was a desperate man. But when I showed him he turned around and ran. Oh, when I showed him he turned around and ran. I wandered on for many years, a victim of my fate, until one day I came upon St. Peter at the gate. And when I tried to take it inside, he told me where to go. Oh, get out of here with that, and take it down below. Oh, get out of here with that, and take it down below. The moral of the story is, if you're out on the beach and you should see a great big box and it's within your reach, don't ever stop and open it up. That's my advice to you, 'cause you'll never get rid of them, no matter what you do. No, you'll never get rid of them, no matter what you do.
Mr. Harris.
Yes?
Mr. Harris, I don't want to be nosy, but whatever in the world was in that box?
You weren't paying attention, dear. Don't you remember when I opened the box, the first thing I saw was the thing. Now, the thing is, well, it's... Look, honey, it's on a Victor record. Find out on your own time. Now, how about let's get back to your singing.
Well, would you like to hear something from my repertoire?
Oh, I thought you worked alone. But I would love to hear you sing, wouldn't you, Frankie?
Not particularly.
Mrs. Scott, don't pay any attention to this boy. Look, I'd love to hear you sing something. Go ahead, please.
Very well, then. Oh, sweet mystery of life, at last I found thee. Oh, I know at last the secret of it all. Oh,
All right, that's enough, lady. Cut. Mrs. Scott, that was sensational. That was without a...
Mr. Harris, what's going on? What was that awful racket in here?
What do you mean, racket? The lady was singing.
Is that what it was? I thought you still blew up.
All right, no cracks, Julius. This is my boss's wife that was singing.
Oh, your boss's wife,
That's
huh?
right, son. Yeah. Now tell me honestly, did you ever hear anything like that before?
Not since my aunt's tomcat got caught in the garbage disposal.
How dare you compare my voice with that of a tomcat?
You pay no attention to him, Mrs. Scott. There ain't a tomcat alive that can sing like you. Continue, Mrs. Scott.
Oh, Mr. Harris, I have a splendid suggestion. Why don't you and I do a duet?
This is a splendid suggestion.
You like it, son?
Are you kidding? You've just won the Pulitzer Prize for the most nauseating idea of the year. Well, I can't wait to hear this.
Well, never mind. It'll be great. Now, hear this. It'll be great, too. I have news for you, Julius. Our voices will blend beautifully together. Now then, Mrs. Scott, what song would you like to have me drown you out in?
Well, how about the Indian love call?
An excellent choice. Very apropos. You see, Mrs. Scott, I am part redskin.
Really? It's not noticeable.
Look at his nose.
Never mind the dull dialogue. I'm anxious to hear this duet.
All right. You're going to hear it. We're going to start right away. Now, you go first, Mrs. Scott, and then I shall join in.
Very well, very well. When I'm calling you,
oh, will you answer That means I offer my love to be your own bum.
It certainly is.
What's the matter with you? You nuts or something? That was beautiful, and it was a beautiful rendition of the Indian love call. How'd it sound, Julius?
Like it was being scalped.
Please be quiet, Sonny. Now, let's continue, Mr. Harris. But if when you hear
my love call ringing dear,
and I hear your answering so clear,
then I will know our love will come true. You'll belong to me. I'll belong to you. That was lovely, Nelson.
nothing without you, Jeanette.
Are you through, Fred? Or do you and Ginger want to go into your dance now? Julius, will you please get out of here? This is very important to Mrs. Scott. I'm auditioning her voice so I can get her a job as a chartreuse. Now beat it, will you?
Well, what do you think of my voice, Mr. Harris?
Well, pardon me, Mrs. Scott, but this requires a consultation. Will you come here a minute, Remley? Pardon us. Look, Frankie, I know it's bad, but we got to get her a job in show business if we want to do a commercial. Let's try to get her in some nightclub. You know, a nice dark place with bad acoustics.
Curly, they don't come that dark.
Well, maybe we can get her on the stage, someplace like the Philharmonic or the concert hall.
That's it, the stage. And I know just the guy who'll give her a job. Curly, you keep her here till I get back, and I guarantee I'll have her in show business.
Well, hurry up.
I'm glad you dropped in, Mr. Scott. You know, Phil heard your wife sing, and he thinks she has a wonderful voice.
You like it, Harris? Why, it's heavenly. In fact, Frankie's out now signing her up with a Philharmonic.
Hey, Curly,
or one
it's
of
all
the...
set. Oh, hiya, Scotty, and congratulations. I just got your wife a solid 52 weeks in show business.
Well, that's wonderful, Remley. A concert tour?
You might call it that. I wouldn't, but you might.
Remley, what kind of a job did you get her?
Well, her new boss is outside. I'll call him in and let him explain it to you. Hey, Milligan, come in here.
Milligan?
Hello there, everybody!
What are you doing here?
Well, if it ain't Boo-Boo Faye, the little Egypt of the atomic age.
Mr. Milligan, I want you to...
Let me look at you, Blondie. You're getting nice and softy, honey. Just say about 5 more pounds and you'll be ready for Milligan's meaty mamas.
Meaty mamas? Harris, who is this man?
Her name's Rocket Mouth Milligan, friend. Owner and operator of the world's finest burlesque show this side of the Rocky Mountain.
What? You own a burlesque show?
That's right, Grandma. Hey, Remy, where is she? Where's the new star of my show?
What new star?
Hey, Emmy Shakin' Scott. Who? That's there. Remley told me she's the hottest thing to hit the runway since Tassel Spinell.
Mr. Remley, what have you done? Mr. Milligan, the deal is off.
What have you got to do with it? Who are you?
I'm Emmy Shakin' Scott. No, I mean I'm Mrs. Scott. I'm the one Mr. Remley signed for your show.
You're... Remley, what are you trying to pull?
Well, you told me you liked them meaty.
Look, I like 'em meaty, but this dame abuses the privilege. She's spread out all over the place.
This is the most humiliating thing that ever happened to me. Take me home, Clyde. Imagine me in burlesque, dressed in one of those scanty costumes.
Oh, what a horrible picture. I mean, what a horrible thought. Mr. Scott, I want you to know that I had nothing to do with this.
Harris, I am a peaceful man. I don't believe in resorting to violence. But
now take it easy,
stop
Mr. Scott.
backing away and let me at you. Let me hit you once. All I want to do is spread your nose all over your face.
Mr. Scott! Ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls, saving bonds as a Christmas present are a gift that keeps on giving. For every $3 invested now, $4 will be returned in just 10 years. Remember, there's no safer means of saving than through the purchase of United States saving bonds. Thank you, and good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
This program was produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Lois Corbett, Gail Gordon, and Dick Lane. The part of Frankie Remley was played by Elliot Lewis, and Julius was played by Walter Tetley. And remember, 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Douglas Fairbanks stars on Theatre Guild later on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, and honored guests, it is my privilege and pleasure as the Dean of the Friars to call you to order and welcome you and to express our wish that you will have a perfectly wonderful evening. Now, not to delay you any, I want to present to you the chairman of tonight's affair. An enormous job, you can believe me. One of the sweetest guys that's ever come to town, the chairman, Jesse Block.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. As chairman of this affair sponsored by the Friars Club, it's a pleasure to welcome you. That's 2 welcomes you got. It's gratifying to see so many people gathered at this dinner to pay tribute to our guest of honor. Few men in or out of show business have so completely captured the American imagination as Jack Benny. His natural charm and personality and great wit have gone right into the heart of America. And I'm proud to have been a participant in commemorating Jack's 20th year in radio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce a man whose name has become synonymous with show business. His phenomenal rise in television has completely revolutionized the entertainment industry. He has been the abbot of the Friars not once but 10 years. And to become the abbot of the Friars Club is a great honor and a significant one. And now it's my pleasure to introduce to you the abbot, Milton Berle.
Thank you, Dean. Prior. That was Jesse Block, ladies and gentlemen, who many years ago did a single with Eve Sully. And we will have no lights on the punchlines. It is really gratifying to look around this very wonderful room as the abbot of the Friars and greet you and tell you how thrilled all of us of the Friars Club are that you are here this evening. So many distinguished guests for such a very well-loved guy as our dear Jack. Really, this is the biggest crowd I've ever seen. I'm not kidding. This looks like the Yankee Stadium with mink faces here tonight. I would like to tell you how this affair came about, how this very wonderful testimonial. Jesse Block called Jack on the phone in California, beginning of the season, and he said, "Jack, we'd like to give an affair for you at the Waldorf." And he said, "What room?" And, no, that was another time, pardon me. There are so many very wonderful comedians on the dais here tonight. They're going to tell some very, very funny things that you will hear again Tuesday night. That I don't... But I want you to know that I'm very thrilled that I am the first speaker as the abbot. I think it's very, very gratifying and thrilling that I'm the first speaker to get up to apologize for Jack's 20 years in radio. 20 years in radio. That's like doing one television show. But I don't know how old Jack is, but I heard that he's the first one that ever had a birthday printed by Mick Kenny. He only wishes his hooper was his age. But this is really a very, very great thrill for me, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to know, as I look around the room tonight, and it isn't very easy, that I must make an apology for the management here at the Waldorf. If you do see the room a little bare, there's some fixtures missing. Elizabeth Taylor took them during the settlement, you see. I'm sitting next to Governor Seltzer over here, Mayor Highland, and I don't want to stay for too long. Of course, the mayor has his plane double parked. I hear that he may run for mayor of Chicago so he can live in New York. But another thing I want to say, I want to make another apology as the abbot of the club, that Gloria Vanderbilt and Leopold Stokowski were supposed to be here tonight, but they just had a little baby, and he's home resting. So he wrote a new song since they had the child. It's called It's Magic. And Jessel said it's very funny, and he's sorry I said it. All right, George, you keep punching, you'll hit yourself. I do want you to know this becomes the very appropriate time, ladies and gentlemen, for me to introduce to you your favorite Toastmaster. Burl introducing Jessel is like Winchell giving an orchid to Sullivan. We love each other, George and I. We do have our tiffs and our tuffles, but we do get along. And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I must say something about our Toastmaster. These past years, he has been with 20th Century Fox making pictures, and he's made a fortune for MGM. He has appeared and spoken at so many dinners, he does not use Vaseline on his hair anymore. He uses chicken fat. But he's very happy this evening, our Toastmaster, because he became a proud uncle. Xanax polo ponies had a baby. And so without further ado, it is with a great deal of pride and pleasure that I present to you, and I must add this, ladies and gentlemen. It's an old saying, and if it's an old saying, Burl has said it, that this guy is a workhorse. This past month, he has done 24 consecutive testimonials and spoken at 24 dinners. 4 of them were for him. So, without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce to you the Toastmaster General of the United States, George Jessel, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, young man. The Abbot of the Friars, His Honor the Chief Magistrate of the City of New York, His Excellency the Governor of Illinois, in whose state this uneventful incident began, ladies and gentlemen, the way is long from whence I came, and the shrine is far where I would be. Yet I have left the weight of business at my producer's desk to speak at this occasion. For I particularly feel at home in this grand ballroom at the Waldorf. It is only within the year that I have stood on this same platform, and as Friar Lawrence says in Romeo and Juliet, St. Francis, be my steed, how oft have I stumbled over these graves before. And thus is the life of a public speaker. Year after year, I find myself telling lie after lie, covering the frailties of men with compliment, finding virtue where none exists, and tossing verbal orchids at the faces of men whose faces should be covered with cimets. And this year, working in the southern state of California, I have functioned at every known affair that was given. I have run the gamut. I have spoken at the launching of a destroyer in the harbor of San Pedro to a brismila in Glendale. Milton.
Yeah.
And tell them nobody knows what they do with it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at almost every affair, the Toastmaster's plate and his chair are the recipient of many, many telegrams from well-wishers who didn't buy a ticket but send a telegram. And thereby, perforce of sending the telegram, they imagine that their names will be read, and it might be a commercial for their respective businesses. Such as, wish I could be with you tonight in honor of Jack Benny, Zolotowski's Furniture Store. Or some with a very definite personal note. Good luck to Jack tonight. And Ida and I are still in love after 40 years, Eddie Cantor. And then again, we have two that are worthy of reading, and very definitely worthy, because it marks the most important moment in the career of a minstrel who needs no money or who needs nothing to get him any further kudos. And this is a telegram and says, all men in the service and the Far East Command and the women, too, send you their warm-hearted greetings and equally warm-hearted best wishes. They will be ever grateful for your selfless, patriotic service to them. M.B. Ridgway, General, U.S. Army. And the other from a man who is sometimes challenged because he doesn't send telegrams but writes letters. The most important American of our time and the president of the greatest country that the world has ever known. And he very warmly says, Dear Jack, all good wishes to you and Mary on this occasion of your 20th anniversary in radio, Harry S. Coon. And so with all this evening is indeed one to remember and a memory to conjure with. I used also this phrase, at the battleship and the Bismillah. For the guest of honor this evening is a man about whom it is most easy to hurl superlatives. For not only this younger generation, but also it is easy for older showmen and troopers like myself to sing his praises. For I am not one of those who would refuse to emerge from their own particular capsule of time, who would live their lives continually repeating to themselves, Kid McCoy could have licked Marciano. Mathewson was better than Feller. King Solomon was smarter than Baruch. And all these bromidic phrases are in the same category as the attempt in consoling a man who is carrying a torch for a loved one. And the well-meaning friends say, there are other fish in the sea, there's a rose on every bush, turn them upside down, they all look the same. Also, there are the older men who live in the past and stay married to a lavender yesterday, who believe that there is only charm in that which can never return. No, I believe that Jack Benny would have held his own at any time in the history of the American theater. I don't say that he might have been mentioned in the same milieu or the same aura as Richard Mansfield, Henry Irving, or E.H. Southern. I don't say that he would have been talked about in the same way as we talked of Warfield, Sam Bernard, Hitchcock, Eddie Foy. I don't think that people would have put him in the same class as Tinney or Fields or Joe Cawthon. But I think he would have held his own with Harry Zook Welch, Smiling Betty Watson, or Lou, wow, here comes a woman Fink. However, he has served the people well in 20 years in the radio. And since then he has gone now further to succeed in the newest of the arts, the television. And we find ourselves under these most happy circumstances breaking bread in his honor. I will pause for this guest.
Bertie, it is only because you have saved the country many times that I forgive you for killing this joke which I have. Nothing. All right. Therefore, men have come from all corners of the nation and from all over the country to sing his praises. Groups of distinguished gentlemen to applaud him and toast him for the past and continue to applaud him for the future. Foremost among these is the first speaker of the evening, the most important public servant in the city of New York, and other comedians will follow. This is only in the order of the evening, Mr. Mayor. I have had the privilege and the honor to know the present Chief Magistrate of the city before this evening, and echoing the sentiments of the majority of New Yorkers, I can rightly sing his praises. He has kept his promises, and this is a strange thing in the world of politics. For the promises of men in politics are likened to the robes of the mythical princess Penelope in Greek mythology, of whom it is said her robes were woven in the morning and unraveled at night. This is a line from David and Bathsheba, which I did. And so, with the hope of more jesting to follow, and with the profundity that is the order of the moment, I am proud of this opportunity to bring to this speaker's pulpit His Honor, the Mayor of New York, Vincent Napolitano.
Toastmaster, our guest of honor, Jack Benny, ladies and gentlemen, now that you've made a Simus out of the whole thing, I'll get on with what I have to say. I want you to understand that I can well appreciate the fact that in New York you probably do not read the newspapers that are published here, but if you had been tipped off in advance, you wouldn't have had to send Milton Berle over to me to try to translate Simus and Brisk, because he asked me what they meant. You see, I have just returned from a trip to Israel, and I got the lowdown there. I'm very happy indeed to join with so many nice people at this Friars Club dinner, celebrating Jack Benny's 20th year in radio, and as your chairman, Jesse Flock, confidentially informed me before the dinner started, also celebrates Jack's 39th birthday. For a man of such tender years, Jack has compiled the most noteworthy record of accomplishment, not only in radio, but in the theater, and most recently in television. He long ago invaded the hearts of America over the airwaves and has been an idol of the unseen audience ever since. I personally remember how much I was impressed the very first time I listened to his program as a very young boy in short pants. When I received your invitation to attend this party tonight, I was happy to be included. I left City Hall comparatively a short time ago, and I found it a very pleasant sensation to jump, I might say, from the City Hall frying pan into the Friars. I see you haven't been reading the newspapers lately. On an occasion such as this, which not only honors a great personality, but also supports such a very worthy cause, it is very gratifying to see such a tremendous and influential turnout. I understand that the proceeds of this affair go into the welfare fund of the Friars. It is good to know that for a change, the money from a benefit is going to help the needy members of the theatrical profession. Usually, it is the other way around. Time and time again, actors giving of their time and talents for the benefit of others. I know it is not necessary for me to tell you of the great traditions of the Friars Club, which has been so dear to the hearts of those in the theatrical profession for so many years. It has done a great job within the profession for all of its own members. But beyond that, the members of the Friars have always performed a great service, not only for their city, but for the nation and for the state. I know also that it is not necessary for me to tell you anything about Jack Benny. The telegram read here tonight from General Ridgway is only one testimony of the many, many sacrifices he has made, going all over the world, entertaining veterans, overseas veterans, and lifting the morale of those men so that they could go on fighting, knowing that the people of America, represented by men like Benny, were in there trying to boost their morale, and what a swell job he did. His influence has been felt universally. Back in 1932, he made his debut in broadcasting in the difficult touch-and-go early days of radio. Vaudeville was going out at that time. Big-time radio was coming in, and Jack Benny came in with it in big-time fashion. And now television is coming along, and Jack is giving it a great big assist. Jack Benny was a sensation from the start, and he has remained at the very top ever since. We all know that in private life, Jack is the exact opposite of the penurious, protesting character he plays on the air. His familiar manner and friendliness have made him one of the most popular figures in Hollywood. And I am certain that his popularity is of equal measure right here in the city of New York and wherever else he travels. On behalf of all the people of the city of New York, may I salute you, Jack Benny, and wish you at least another 39 years of happiness, health, and success.
The next speaker is one of the two great presidents and heads of the world's foremost broadcasting systems. There are some men who are to the amusement world born. There are others who should never have been born at all. But it seems to me that this handsome young man, who is actually much younger than the guest of honor, lies about, has gone further in the shortest space of time of almost anybody that I know. His entree into the radio world comes in a very direct way, as it actually stems from the theater. In the long ago, his beloved father and grandfather lived in Philadelphia and were inveterate theater goers. They never guessed that years later their son and grandson would provide entertainment for nothing. They happily paid for their seats at the Chestnut Street Opera House in Philadelphia. And they were particularly intrigued by a play called Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch. Night after night they came to see Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch. And after watching and being emotionally stirred by the scene in which Mrs. Wiggs gently picks the cabbage, they decided to manufacture the cigar La Polina. It was from this cabbage, ladies and gentlemen, that the next speaker was enabled to go to college, and his great desire to get away from the cabbage prompted him to enter a new field. And he alone, among his associates, saw the great future in it. And so he has built a great industry. And because of his personal contribution, his integrity, and his warm personality, even NBC, spelled backwards, comes out Columbia Broadcasting System. And so I'm very proud to present to you Mr. William S. Paley.
Mr. Toastmaster, honored guest, Mr. Mayor, avid borough, ladies and gentlemen, I must admit at the outset that I'm rather unnerved. Just before the speech-making started tonight, I got a short note from Jesse Block, and this is what it said. Don't try to be funny and do it in less than 3 minutes. Irving Mansfield, if you're here, I'm very sorry. I'm not going to be able to use your jokes now. You know, Jesse is a very close friend of Jack's, and we always have to please Jack. As a matter of fact, right from the beginning, when we first signed Jack to CBS, we said to him, Jack, you can have everything you want. And I must say that it's to his everlasting credit that he has not taken advantage of that situation. We still own our building at 485 Madison Avenue. Seriously, though, I'm very happy to have this opportunity to say a few words about our honored guest. As we all know, Jack has many sides. For one thing, he's the darling of Mr. Nielsen and Mr. Hooper and all of the other rating service personalities. They will tell us, I'm sure, that during any given month, Jack Benny is heard by more people than have ever voted for any president of the United States. Just this afternoon, I was told that the latest rating score came out, the latest Nielsen as of September 30th, which put Jack in the number one position. And this means that Jack is heard by more people than any personality in the entire world. And there, again, is Jack, who is the man of the listener, the man, woman, or child who every Sunday afternoon can lean back and get that wonderful, comfortable, warm glow from hearing the laughter that comes as a result of the foibles of an old friend. I have the feeling that by now Jack has made his imprint on the character of America. He certainly must have made some contribution to make it possible for us to laugh at ourselves more easily and to put our difficulties and our deficiencies in a better perspective. On the other hand, we have a Jack who is the trooper going to all parts of the world to play for our soldiers overseas. And he's always on the go to sell defense bonds or to work for the Red Cross, March of Dimes, never saying no to any cause that is worthwhile. As thrifty as Jack seems to be on the air, he is always unsparing in his efforts to do his very best for his country or any other cause that comes along. But finally, the Jack Benny I'd like best to talk about is a Jack Benny who is known to most of the people in this room. He is the one who, as we all know, is a wonderful friend and one of the most generous and warmest guys alive. I don't know whether you've noticed it or not, but when he speaks of his fellow performers, it's always in the most attractive and complimentary manner. He's always telling you what a great guy so-and-so is and what a great performer he is. Here he is at the very top of his profession. And believe me, there's no better audience in the world for any other performer. George Burns, for instance, only has to say, I was walking down the street, and this guy is down on the sides saying, please stop. George Jessel only has to open his mouth, and you can hear Jack's yawps about 4 blocks away. And these are not exaggerations. I've actually seen them happen time and time again. But ladies and gentlemen, every time I have used the name or have spoken the name Jack Benny, I hope you have heard the echo, Mary Livingston. The relationship between Jack and Mary has been a source of real pleasure and real delight to all of their friends. And I know that Jack very seldom makes an important decision without getting Mary's viewpoint. As a matter of fact, her viewpoint is so good, and I know there's some experience, that I feel pretty sure that hadn't Mary become Mrs. Jack Benny, she'd certainly be running the May Company today. And better still, you know, if that hadn't happened, I think our genial and very attractive Toastmaster would be saying, yes, sir, to Miss Livingston instead of to Darrell Zanuck. But, Jack, I want you to know that we at CBS are understandingly very proud of you. Very seldom does any effort maintain a high degree of quality over a period of 20 years. And yet in you, the American listener has found a performer whose characterization, whose taste and standard of humor has endured at a very high level for all of this time. And finally, Jack, I want to say that I have come to value most highly the wonderful friendship that has developed between us. I have for you the highest affection and admiration, and I hope our warm relationship lasts forever. Thank you.
While I would dare not challenge the sincerity of Mr. Paley's utterances, I am, in the sense of good thinking, realizing now for the first time that when Mr. Benny laughs when Burns says I was walking down the street and I open my mouth, this may have an ulterior motive. Because we feel that's funny, then we say that in other places and we drop dead with that. Try to get a job any place, George, with I was walking down the street, and you'll see what happens. The next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is an old and beloved friend of both mine, the guest of honors, and the American public. And regardless of any contrived feuds that he might have had with the guest of honor, these, my friends, are the stunts of a smart press agent. This is an interesting and a strange man. Because of his great wit and his personal goodness and whatever idiosyncrasies he is said to have, he can have them because his genius overshadows them. He began his career in a most romantic way in the theater. He was a little boy in Boston, and he acted in the mob scene of a play called Kismet, the Arabic word for fate. And the principal character of this play is a man called Hajj, a beggar and a juggler. And the symbolic impact of this character in the play is the fact that the juggler practically says we are all pawns in the hand of fate, who keep the balls leaping willy-nilly, without knowing or caring which one shall fall to the ground. And I'm sure that this philosophy of Hajj, the beggar, and the play Kismet had its effect on this little boy who will soon speak to you, now grown to full manhood. For after seeing this play, he immediately set upon a career as a juggler in the vaudeville business. His name was not the one that we know him by now. His right name was John Sullivan. But this evidently sounded too Jewish, so he changed it. He, like all good troopers, has served in all the branches of the amusement tree and has served them well. I never believed this feud between he and Jack, because why should they be on bad terms? Economically, they are practically both the same. It couldn't have been a fight about sex, because the only reference to sex that he ever had on his program was when Howdy Bub said, "I got a cow with a big tail." And so I am very proud to bring you one of the great, great humorists of these our times, Fred Allen.
Thank you very much. I can't possibly live up to all that George has said. I'll try to live up to a fragment of it and meet you by appointment some other time to live up to the rest of it. But I hope you don't mind me putting these on. I have so much aspic in my blood, I have to keep my eyes on the glass. But I hate to wear them in public. I'm always being mistaken for Russell Knight, which is quite embarrassing. But, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't think I would be able to appear here tonight. There was a rumor that there were two people in the audience whose names were in red channels. And for that reason, we thought the actors might have to walk out for a change. But I am happy to be here, and I think we all should be happy to be here. Because back when the world began in the Garden of Eden, if Adam had been a chorus boy, there would have been no human race. I was quite flattered when Mr. Jessel, our Toastmaster, remembered my name. Because as we all know, Mr. Jessel is always busy flying around the country speaking at different affairs. Half of the time, Mr. Jessel rushes into the hall at the last minute and doesn't even know what the function is. He looks around quickly, and if the guest of honor is sitting up, he knows it isn't a funeral. Tonight, of course, the guest is sitting up. But Mr. Jessel caught himself just in time. He was starting to go into his funeral routine. You know, I always thought, until tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I always thought it was a great tribute to be selected as the guest of honor at a Friars dinner. But I've only learned now through George Burns that once a year they have to sweep out the card room at the Friars. And the only way they can get the card players out of the room long enough to clean it is to give a dinner. Of course, I must say that I was insane to come here tonight. The main dinner course is steak, and today is Friday. Fortunately, there is a man from Lindy's in back of the dais who is bootlegging sturgeons to Catholics there. Well, this is a big week for me socially. Wednesday night, I went to the Sinatra wedding. He's breaking it in Philadelphia. If the marriage turns out okay, he'll probably bring it into New York later in the season. But Ed Sullivan was supposed to go to the Friars' wedding, but he couldn't make it. Ed had to take his laughing lesson that night. It is customary, I know, for a speaker to make a few flattering remarks about the guest of honor. Now, you've heard the mayor and you've heard Georgie and Mr. Paley speak so flatteringly of Jack, but there is another side of Jack. He is not one-sided, as he may seem to you now. He's not like the buildings and the sets in Hollywood where you go around behind him and there's nothing there. But he does. I know him from the performer side for many years. I first met Mr. Benny many years ago in vaudeville. I was playing Centralia, Illinois, the big house. And Mr. Benny was appearing at a small theater in a suburb of Centralia. The theater was so far back in the woods, the manager was a bear. He used to pay the acts off in honey. It's the only one. And the theater really wasn't a building, it was a cave. And Mr. Benny's dressing room was a hollow tree. Variety didn't cover this theater. The acts were reviewed by the dramatic critic of Forest and Stream. Mr. Benny was next to closing on a 2-act bill. The feature act was a fire eater. You know, in those days there was no heat in the theaters, and managers used to book fire eaters. Before the show, the manager would chase the fire eater up and down the aisles. The fire eater would start breathing hard and heat up the theater. Well, this fire eater on the bill with Mr. Benny was a worrier. The first fire eater I ever knew who had an ulcer. It was a pilot light. Well, Mr. Benny's act, as I recall, in those days, was rather unique. He worked as a gypsy. And after the show, he would sit in the lobby with his gypsy robes on and tell fortunes. As the act opened, the stage was dark, and Mr. Benny would come on playing Glowworm on his violin with a neon bow. During his rendition, Mr. Benny hit so many clinkers that he had to stoke his violin after each number. Mr. Benny was the only violinist. After you heard him play, you felt that the strings would sound better if they were back in the cat. Mr. Brooke coming in again. For the finish of his act, Mr. Benny played Stars and Stripes Forever and waved an American flag. After his first bow, he also waved the Union Jack, in case there was an Englishman in the audience. In those days, Mr. Benny had no suitcase. When he left town, he would take the strings off his violin and use them to tie up his wardrobe. Well, after this first meeting in vaudeville, since I only played the bigger cities, I didn't see Mr. Benny again for many years. Our paths crossed next during World War I. Mr. Benny was wearing a sailor suit. We, of course, all know his record in the Navy. Mr. Benny was the first sailor in the history of the Navy to ever get seasick in a recruiting office. Even today in the Friars Club, Mr. Benny has to take Dramamine before he can look at the yacht club boys. When Sailor Jack finally got on his first battleship, he thought every deck was the poop deck. They were giving it to him all over the boat. But after the war, Mr. Benny had some lean years. He used to lean against the front of the palace and wonder if he would ever get inside. Things got so bad when he practiced his violin, he was using his dandruff for rosin. For a time, he left show business and took a job in a health food store. He had an acid condition. He used to stand near the milk and make yogurt out of the milk by appointment. Then his luck... I may as well get a few laughs here. I get none in television. Of course, you know that. Then his luck changed. Mr. Benny married, and his wife was so clever, he was able to get back into show business. He appeared in Earl Carroll's Vanities. In one memorable tableau, Mr. Benny came on the stage dressed as Abraham Lincoln. For many years, Lincoln had been on the penny, but thanks to Mr. Benny's impersonation, the cent was finally on Lincoln. Well, Mr. Benny's record speaks for itself. He was in vaudeville until 1930 when vaudeville died. He appeared in Broadway shows and the theater declined. He went into motion pictures and the industry collapsed. He has been in radio, and radio is slowly disintegrating. This summer he went to Korea, and instantly the Communist Army agreed to discuss peace terms. After killing vaudeville, ruining the theater, causing the decline of the motion picture and radio, Mr. Benny has at last gone into television. Television may as well pucker its screen, for it is about to receive the kiss of death. But I have only been joking in a mild way, ladies and gentlemen. Jack is, as I know and we all know, the best-liked man in show business today. And if our country was only fortunate enough to enjoy the status Jack enjoys, our country, too, would not have an enemy in the world. On this note, I close, ladies and gentlemen. There is only one friar living who would travel 3,000 miles across the country to get a free meal, and he is your guest of honor tonight.
And now, from the juggler of wit to a man of great responsibility who cannot let men be pawns of fate like the juggler, but has to look after the welfare of hundreds of thousands of Americans in his great state. And I might add that since he has been in office in his particular state, the great city of Chicago has fared much better in the public eye than it ever has fared before. For if ever a city has been censored undeservedly, it is the city of Chicago. Some years ago, I remember playing at the Sam H. Harris Theater, and on Randolph Street, close by, a little boy fell off a bicycle and tore his overalls. This little boy was unhurt and laughing. He had other overalls. But the newspapers throughout America printed this headline: "Child mortally injured as gunmen rape the loop with machine gun bullets." Most of these things about Chicago, my dear friends, have been greatly embellished. Well, like me with the girls, or so. And so I have an extremely warm feeling in presenting your next speaker, this distinguished gentleman, to you because he is a great Democrat, and I am also a Democrat. But, for fear of treading on anyone's political toes, I think there is one thing I can say honestly about the Republican Party. No one can challenge the sincerity of any member of the Republican Party. There isn't one member of it who does not want to run for the presidency of the United States. I am very happy to bring to you His Excellency, the Governor of the Southern State of Illinois, Governor Adlai E. Stevenson.
Mr. Toastmaster, fellow townsmen of Mayor Impellitere, just before the dinner commenced, I had the good fortune to meet Fred Allen. I asked him what he was going to say, and he asked me what I was going to say. And we concluded that perhaps, all things considered, that perhaps we should best exchange manuscripts. You've just heard my speech, and for my part, I've lost his manuscript, and I can't remember a word he said. I came here, however, tonight to pay to Jack Benny the respects of the people of the state of Illinois, and of particularly the people of Lake County, Illinois, where he used to live and where I now live. And even more particularly, the homage of the people of Waukegan, Illinois. Waukegan was his boyhood home, and Waukegan, my friends of New York, is not an Indian reservation. It's a very flourishing city by the shores of Lake Michigan. And Lake Michigan is a large body of water that lies west of the Hudson. I believe, Mr. Allen, it was Sam Johnson who said that the Irish sprang from nobody at everybody. Well, Jack Benny sprang from Waukegan. Perhaps I should say sang or played his way out of Waukegan. At all events, that was a long time ago. But I should tell him here this evening that he is not forgotten there or in Lake County. And particularly, he is not forgotten by hopeful charities and philanthropies of all kinds. I was eager to come here tonight to New York for two reasons. First, because as an innocent, barefoot politician from the prairies, I rarely have an opportunity to meet so many distinguished and cultivated and accomplished people. Or, for that matter, so many friars. Except occasionally at Notre Dame football games. When, I ask you, can a governor sit between George Burns and Fred Allen? But I also came here to repay a visit that Mr. Benny made to me in Springfield, Illinois last summer. He said that when he heard on the West Coast that he was to meet Governor Adlai Stevenson of Illinois, that he bought and carried all the way to Springfield a large and beautiful corsage. I know his disappointment was very keen indeed when he discovered that his genders were mixed. But I entertained him royally with Coca-Cola, Camels, and Ritz crackers. And I felt that and by the way, I did notice that he took the corsage away with him when he left. As I say, I bring to you, Mr. Benny, the homage, the thanks, and the affectionate good wishes of the people of Illinois. And I am deeply grateful to him and to the Friars Club for permitting me to participate in this splendid dinner. And I might add, as Mr. Allen suggested, that to have a free dinner, thanks to Mr. Benny, is worth half a trip half across the country. We bless you, Mr. Benny, for cleanliness, for taste, for humor, for art in entertainment that makes this tormented world much happier for millions of people. And if by any chance, Mr. Benny, you should need a small loan, such as the state capital sometime, just come to Springfield, Illinois.
This proves again, when you become governor, you are no schlemiel, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll get back to the conclusion of Jack Benny's roast in just a moment. But first, I'd like to remind you that all programs aired on Same Time, Same Station come directly from our CD masters. They are all available on CD or cassette. For more details on how to purchase these cassettes or CDs, you may go to our website at otrsite.com. That's OTR as in Old Time Radio, site, S-I-T-E, otrsite.com, or email Jerry at otrsite.com, or you may call area code 562-696-4387. If you missed anything, this information will be repeated at the end of the program. Welcome back to Same Time, Same Station, the best of old-time radio. And I'm your host every week at this time, Jerry Hendigas. And now let's get back to the conclusion of this most delightful Friars Club roast of Jack Benny, saluting his 20th year on radio from November 9th, 1951.
And now, another straight man. I'm the luckiest straight man that ever lived. From his lips alone shall we hear the truth about the guest of honor, because he is his oldest friend. They've been going together and they've known each other for many, many years behind the warm curtain in the lost art of vaudeville. I stress the word vaudeville because I doubt if the next speaker is conversant with any other subject. Now, while I don't think it is absolutely necessary for a man to be a student of Shakespeare or Molière or Racine or Rostand, I do think a man in middle age should know there is some other periodical printed in America outside of the Variety. And it is only in the last decade or two that I have been sure as to how to present this next speaker. He had so many different names as a vaudeville actor. He was Bernard of Bernard and Gary, Williams of Brown and the Williams Brothers, Mac of Mac Albright and Mac. And in the Nagasaki Japanese troupe, he was known as Abe Stern. But after having known so many masculine partnerships, he felt if he would get anywhere in the world, he'd best find himself a woman partner. And later he did so well with this woman partner and broadened his earning power that he turned to the scriptures, wherein he found the proverb, "Man cannot live by bread alone. He must also marry a very clever woman." Then he read again in the scriptures, wherein a prophet, seeing one less fortunate, had said, "There but for the grace of the Lord go I." And so it is. A man who there but for the grace of Gracie would be still known as Abe Stern of the Nagasaki Jats. Of Burns and Allen, Mr. George Burns.
Hiya. And it's true, too. Ladies and gentlemen, Western and Eastern Abbots, Friars, Toastmaster, of course, guest of honor, Jay. I'm very happy to be here tonight. Happy. Cost me $500. I'm flying back tomorrow. I don't know why I was asked to speak here tonight. I've been talking about Jack Benny all my life. I know Jack so well that I'm surprised he'd even let me talk. See, I make quite a few speeches. As a rule, I don't know the guest of honor. So I make up a few lies, put it a little bit on the risque side, and get a lot of screams. Tonight, I'll have to tell the truth and settle for a few snickers. Tell you a few things about the Jack Benny I've known for a lot of years. As I said, this will not be funny. But I did travel 3,000 miles, so if you see a little opening and you can throw in a little snicker, I'll appreciate it. You see, for the last 20 years, everything that's happened to Jack has been big, massive, important things.
And this, too, can get to be monotonous. So, in the last 2 years, the important things ceased to be important. And the trifles in Jack's life got to be important. When he signed the CBS deal, it ran into millions of dollars. I went over to his house to congratulate him. And Jack was all excited. He says, George, he says, I want to show you something. He opened up his closet. He says, how do you like these shoes? I said, I think they're nice. He says, they're not new, you know. What do you think of them? I says, fine. He says, I just found out where you can get the greatest shine in the world. Another time, I was sitting at the Hillcrest Country Club, and at that time, Jack signed a deal with 20th Century Fox. It wasn't a very big deal. I would say that MCA got about $200,000 commission. And he said, George, I'd like to talk to you. I said, Jack, I'm playing bridge. He says, I'll wait for you. He didn't wait long. Waited about 4 hours. After the bridge game, I says, yes, Jack. He said, did you take a shower today? I says, yeah, I just took one home. He says, take one at the club. I said, why? He said, great towels. And of course, Jack has been laughing at me now for years. He thinks I'm the world's greatest comedian. This is not a great compliment from a guy who thinks the towels are great. And it's not easy to make Jack laugh. You got to be subtle. It's got to be off the cuff. It's got to be sort of ad lib. For instance, if Jack is sitting in the room and I should walk in, if I close the door, this is about a 3-minute laugh. And he's been laughing at my match bit now since 1925. That's where I strike a match and show it to him lit. I'll try to do the bit now, but but I don't think he'll laugh because I've done it 4 times already today. But I might get a snicker out of him because these are Hotel Edison matches. Jack? Well, 4 times is too much, I guess. And he also laughs at Danny Kaye. Danny Kaye shows him a glass of water, which kills Jack. I'll never forget, I was sitting with him once, and I tried to make him laugh, and I ran out of matches. So I picked up this glass of water. Well, naturally, Jack fainted. I picked him up. I put him back on the couch. And but the sad part is, Danny Kaye hasn't spoken to me for 2 years now for stealing his bit. And I don't know why, because he's used my match bit 12 times. Well, anyway, I'm very happy to be here. And I'm happy because Jack is happy. And just want to tell you, Jack, I love you. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the match bit to the sublime. A man not often seen in public affairs, and a man not told that he might rise and say a few words. Yet a man who has been called into public affairs when the nation needs him, and in these our times it has been necessary so often. And he has always responded. The Toastmaster is fortunate again to have felt the warmth of his hand clasp, and was fortunate further in knowing his whole family. There are many legends about the next speaker. It is said that America's eldest statesman, and its best one, as he is aptly called, although he has never received a penny for any of his services, which cannot be said for most of the statesmen of our times. The legend is that he creates his great philosophy while sitting on a bench in Central Park. This is apropos to the stories of the cherry tree, etc. I don't believe that philosophy comes to him because he is sitting in the park. I have an uncle who's been sitting in Montmaris Park. He has been sitting there for 30 years, and not only has he not become a philosopher, but he's been arrested several times for annoying the squirrels so frequently. Your Toastmaster has always found it a problem in the budgeting of words, in introducing a particular guest of honor that he has known through the years and has loved very dearly. I was never able to hold back an emotion when I introduced the late William Morris. I was never to be able to not show that I was trembling when I'd bring to his feet George M. Cohan. And when I'd introduce Jimmy Walker, and I would that his memory be kept evergreen in this city, I would always have to hide myself behind the character and not speak in the first person. Once during a campaign, I remember presenting him in this manner, by going back to the medieval days and acting as a herald who, trumpet in hand, comes into a small hamlet and tells the populace that a high and mighty personage is soon to address them. And out in California, because I see Jack every day, just a few days ago I lunched, dined, and appeared with him on his radio show. I would like to dismiss myself in the first person and take on a character such as, let me say, of a lawyer who had to represent him in court. And thus, appearing in his defense, I would say, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the American public, I wish to say about my client that I have known him throughout the years, and like these witnesses who you've heard here tonight, I also vouch for his character. That the record shows that from a most humble beginning, with the help of no one but himself, he has acquitted himself of any possible charge that might be brought against him in the amusement business. I would ask that the jury agree with me that for 20 years he has served the public honestly, and he has edited wisely the speeches of himself and the characters of his radio shows. That he has never said one thing in 20 years to offend the most sensitive boy or girl or man and woman in his great legion of listeners. He has in times of war left his home and his business to go to the farthest corners of the world to entertain the soldiers of our country. He has not only lately taken his life in his hands by bringing good cheer to the very peaks of Heartbreak Ridge in Korea. He's given up his time and his money to every good cause, even when not called upon. He's a good father and a good husband, as good as he is a humorist, and I love him with all my heart. With your permission, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen, the Toastmaster rests his case and asks Jack Benny to come to the stand.
Well, the Simmers has arrived, I think. I'm so nervous tonight, I hope they don't give me another dinner like this for 6 weeks. Of course, at $35 a plate, I expected to find only 2 people here tonight. Anthony Farrell and the Mad Woman of Chaillot. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Baruch, Mr. Burrell, Mr. Mr. Jessel, gentlemen of the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. You know, when you have to follow such great comedians like Mr. Jessel and Mr. Burns and Mr. Allen, you get that completely sunk feeling as though you left your script in Milton Berle's dressing room. Needless for me to say, ladies and gentlemen, that this is that this is the only pictures you'll see in the paper tomorrow morning will be Martin and Lewis. That the Friars Club has given me the most exciting night in my 20 years of radio. I'll go even further than that and say in my entire career in show business, which is 42 years. So you can forget about my being 39 for the moment. I think that this was probably motivated not only by the fact that I've been in radio 20 years, but because I've been a friar for a long, long time, as far back as I can remember, almost from its inception. I'm either nervous tonight or I got to get away from Phil Harris. One of the things. And I have been a friar from the time I first started in show business. I belong now to the Hollywood branch of the Friars Club. As a matter of fact, I'm an officer of that club. I'm known as the Dean of the Friars. This is a very, very important executive position. I would say that the Dean of the Friars Club is comparable to a choreographer for the Borscht Capades. You know, as I was listening to these speeches, though, and you hear this said so many times as you go older that time flies, but it seems to me that I've been in radio much, much longer than 20 years. I have a feeling that I went right from Ellis Island to NBC, this thing. Because when you were born in Waukegan in those days, to get to New York, you came through Ellis Island. And I've had I've been with only two major networks in my 20 years, with NBC and with CBS, and I've been very, very happy with my association with both of these networks and the people with them. There have been, of course, ugly rumors that the reason I left NBC was because they charged 35 cents to park your car on their parking lot. Now, of course, that is ridiculous. I mean, I know on the radio I'm a cheap, stingy, miserly character, which is done purely for your entertainment. To think that I would leave NBC because they would charge 35 cents to park your car is silly. When they raised it to 50 cents, I thought they wanted me to go. But I've had many compliments paid me tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I think one of the greatest compliments that I had paid to me this evening, in fact, it was a few weeks ago when Georgie Jessel said to me while we were both in Los Angeles, he says, "Jack, I'm going to fly to New York to be at your testimonial dinner." I said, "Georgie, that's awfully nice of you, but you know, if you do, you'll have to be the Toastmaster." He says, "Naturally." I don't know whether this is a great compliment to me or not, because he would fly to the Belgian Congo if they were giving a dinner to one of its natives over there, I am sure. But you know, Georgie and I...
Let me tell you what I said in the Congo. There's a fellow... Go ahead.
But Georgie and I, you know, we have sort of the same kind of a job in Hollywood. We are both asked to be Toastmaster and Master of Ceremonies at different benefits and banquets. As a rule, they ask Georgie first. Now, if he happens to have a date that night with Joan Crawford or Ethel Barrymore, or Margaret O'Brien, then they ask me, and I'm always available. Of course, I feel highly honored that they ask me after Georgie, because they at least feel that as a Toastmaster that I am next best to Jessel. And any time you're next best, ladies and gentlemen, next best to Georgie Jessel as Toastmaster or picture producer or entertainer or any of his other accomplishments, this is quite an achievement. I'm also highly flattered tonight that many of my dear friends flew in from Hollywood to be here, just for this affair. Miss Claudette Colbert, Mrs. Danny Kaye. Danny is now in Korea. Governor Stevenson, who flew in from Illinois. Val Parnell, who flew from London to be here. And, of course, the oldest and dearest friend that I have ever had known in show business, George Burns. When I say that, I mean one of the two of the oldest and dearest friends that I have in show business, is George Burns and Jesse Block. I know that Jesse has worked very, very hard on this affair tonight. And I know he did it with great joy and with great anticipation, because this dinner was given to me. That's how he feels about me. And, of course, I feel the same way about him. I have another very good friend here on the dais. As Georgie Jessel said, we've been feuding a lot on the radio. I've known Fred Allen many, many years. I knew him in the days of vaudeville. I knew him when he was a juggler. I knew him before he spoke a line on the stage. He just juggled these 10 pins and then balanced one on his nose. And he was very, very successful in vaudeville as a juggler until some smart aleck came along and taught a seal how to do it. The only time that I can remember, ladies and gentlemen, ever being real angry at Allen was he came out to Hollywood to make a picture. And he asked his producer to ask me if I would play a small part, just do one scene in the picture. The producer asked me if I would. And I said I didn't think it was important enough for me to go into a Fred Allen picture and play one small scene. And this producer said to me, "But Jack, what's the difference? It's great. You'll be able to steal this scene from Fred Allen." Well, that made me good and angry, because stealing a scene from Fred Allen is equivalent to going to the bathroom at White Sulphur Springs. Before concluding my speech, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that I want to accept this tribute from the Friars Club on behalf of everybody who has been associated with me and my radio program for the past 20 years. Because no comedian, no star, no entertainer, I don't care who he is, can sustain for 20 years on radio by himself. Possibly one man could have done it, maybe the late Will Rogers. I doubt if even Milton Berle could sustain 20 years without help. And so they all must share in this tribute. My cast, for instance, the members of my cast who have been with me many, many years. Not one of them cares how much he has to do on the program or what jokes he has to tell or how many jokes. He's only interested in the result of the program on Sunday night. My wife, of course, Mary, has been with me on the radio almost the entire 20 years. And we are celebrating our 25th wedding anniversary in January, and I'd like to have Mary take a bow, if you would. I took Mary right out of the May Company and brought her into show business. And the way she spends money, you think she owned the May Company, this I can tell you. Then again, besides my cast, there are my writers. I've had my 4 writers with me now for 9 years, ladies and gentlemen. And I've had this experience with all of my writers, that not one of them cares whose joke stays in or whose idea remains in this particular broadcast. They're only interested in how is the show Sunday night. We've had never one argument in the 9 years. We've had the same thing with the agencies, and now I'd like to get to my sponsor, the American Tobacco Company. I've been with them 9 years. You always hear a lot of people say, oh, the sponsor butts into this and butts into that. I'm going to cut out all the details and just say that I've been with Mr. Paul Hahn and the American Tobacco Company for 9 years, and I hope I'm with them for the rest of my life. Even if I'm through with television and radio, if I have to learn how to make cigarettes, I want to stay with them. I'm not saying this because Paul is sitting in the audience, because we have no options to discuss or anything. I call him Paul because he's younger than I am. But what's the difference? In a few years, he'll be older than I am. They've got to pass me sometime in this thing. So therefore, as I say, everybody associated with me must share in this great salute, in this great tribute that's being paid to me tonight. Because when you get that kind of cooperation for 20 years with everybody, from everybody, and that kind of help from all of your associates, and I've got to go along with Irving Berlin, that there's no business like show business. Because if you haven't got that cooperation, then I just as soon play my violin at weddings and call it the day. Well, it's probably time for me to sit down. I do want to thank Friars Club, every one of its members, for this, the greatest evening that I've ever had in my life, and one that I'll certainly never forget. And I want to thank Jesse Block, who worked so hard, and Harry Delp, and Milton Berle, the abbot, and Irving Mansfield, and everybody for this wonderful night. And before closing, I want to thank Ed Sullivan, because 20 years ago, Ed Sullivan asked me if I would like to do a guest shot on his radio program. I had never been on radio, and I said yes. So Ed and I sat down, and for just a few minutes, we wrote a spot that ran about 8 or 10 minutes. And from this guest shot, which I may have done for nothing, I don't remember.
Yes, you do.
Because of this guest shot, I was offered my first sponsored program, and therefore we are all gathered here this evening. And so I hope I will remain in radio another 20 years, even with television. Thanks again very, very much, and thanks to all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It's graduation week at Ivy, and like every small college, it has its own traditions and customs which will be carried out by both students and faculty. With some, it's a time of gaiety and excitement. For others, a time of tears and sadness. For Ivy's president, Dr. William Todhunter Hall, it's a time of speech writing, conferences, and the disposing of countless detailed matters. But as he tells his English ex-actress wife, Victoria,
it's amazing. Everything is going according to schedule. Not one major incident has come along to upset the graduation carts. Usually by this time... Oh, good heavens.
Did the cart topple over?
No, it might have. Vicky, I have a message for you.
From me? From who? Or is it from whom?
It is from neither who nor whom. It's from me.
Well, that's even better. I adore messages from you. Like, darling, please have my grey suit cleaned. Love, W. I do love W, too.
Good, but I have to admit that this message has been slightly delayed, due to a sort of baccalaureate fog around the region of the brain. The message, my darling, says simply, I love you very much, and will you be my date for the senior prom? Well, but I don't expect your answer by engraved reply, but after all...
Well, I was just thinking. Dottie, does this invitation include a late walk down Ivy Lane?
You mean Romeo's Road? That common lover's path which is frequented by intrepid maid and callow youth?
Yes.
Oh, we'll not only take to Ivy Lane at the first possible moment, but I won't even promise we'll walk.
Well, good. Then I accept your invitation with pleasure. Besides, I've already bought a new dress for the dance. And it's the kind that one rarely wears when one is with one's husband, if you know what one means.
No, but I can hardly wait to see what one means. Oh, what time is it?
It's almost 1. Now, Todd, you haven't had a bite to eat. Do you have to be somewhere?
No, darling, but you do. Bill Davis, the senior class president, will be here to pick you up about 1:30.
Well, it's very nice of him, dear, but he isn't my type.
No, Vicky, you've been elected by the senior class to pick the winning tickets from the raffle bowl.
Oh, I have?
Well, you don't seem very happy about it. It's quite an honor, my girl. This is roughly equivalent to being chosen by the Deep Sea Divers Association as the girl we'd most like to blow bubbles with.
Yes, I'm deeply pleased if you say so. Or I would be if I had the slightest idea of what raffle you're talking about.
The raffle of the faculty cars.
Oh.
Victoria, is it possible that you've been here all this time and still don't know about Ivy's famous raffle?
Yes, it's quite possible because I don't know. Who raffles the cars and to whom do they go?
To who?
It's something new I just thought up. See, this way I don't have to worry about when to put the M on the end of who. It's simple, huh?
Yes, it is simple. I don't like to discourage you, my darling, but there are a few grammarians around the campus to whom your ideas might not appeal.
I'm saved by the bell. I'll answer it, dear.
Tum ho. From who? Ovo? No.
Wellman, Toddy. He seems terribly agitated.
Oh, I knew things were too calm and peaceful to last. Well, show him in.
I am in, Dr. Hall. I can only stay a minute.
That's good. I mean, it's good you found time to stop by at all.
This is not a social call. I'll come right to the point. Dr. Hall, this raffle of faculty cars, it's disgraceful. It must be stopped.
But why? The money is used for a legitimate purpose. To defray expenses of the senior prom. I participated in it during my senior year at Ivy, didn't you?
Of course I did. But under protest even then. I am opposed to gambling.
Are you really, Mr. Wellman? I understood you'd done very well in stock market speculations.
Market speculations? Business investments? That was purely business, Mrs. Hall.
Sometime I'd like to have your views on the National Lottery, Mr. Wellman. And don't tell me we don't have one every 4 years. Do I understand that you consider this traditional Ivy raffle gambling?
Isn't it?
I'm sorry I wasn't here when the game started, but what do the winners win? I still don't know.
The use of the faculty members' cars, Vicky, for the night of the senior prom.
And the use of the faculty member who owns the car. Our good professors, all reduced to the positions of mere vassals, being forced to act as chauffeurs for students who could just as well walk, who might better walk.
Mr. Wellman...
Yes, Dr. Hall.
You are making a mountain out of a money-raising project. I have never heard any faculty member complain about this custom. Quite the contrary. They enjoy it. Oh, I realize that the amount of money that is bid on each professor's car might possibly reflect on the esteem in which some of them are held, but I still
I didn't expect you to be sympathetic with my viewpoint, Dr. Hall. I fully expected antagonism, but I do expect to use every ounce of my influence to abolish this raffle, starting with this year. Goodbye. Don't bother to show me out. I can find the door myself.
Well, he found the door. Now the question is, can we?
What an unpleasant little man. Is it true that he called out from under a flat rock, William?
Well, we might say that Mr. Wellman's presence at Ivy is due to the fact that the Board of Governors, in their search for executive material, left no stone unturned.
By the way, has he any logical objection to the faculty raffle? I mean, reasonable.
Mr. Wellman objects to everything on principle, especially if there's the slightest chance that the thing he's objecting to might give someone a little enjoyment. I suspect that in his babyhood, someone snatched his pacifier away and left him with lips permanently pursed. With him, happiness is just a thing called off. And the only fun he ever has is seeing that no one else has any.
Yeah, that's a masterly bit of character analysis, Doctor. Well, is there anything he can really do, though, about the raffle?
Oh, not this year, anyway. He's starting his reform movement much too late.
I wonder who'll win our car.
No. The president's car is never raffled. Incidentally, I hope the service station brings it back pretty soon.
It'll be back at 4:30 p.m. on the dot. Mal said so.
Mal? Who is Mal?
It's a new garage in Ivy. Mal's garage. I took it there to be serviced because I like those signs he puts up all over, you know? The happiest cars in town are maladjusted.
Good heavens. Neurotic piston ring.
But if it isn't to be raffled, what does it matter when we get the car back?
Well, although it isn't raffled, my pet, the president's car is always requisitioned to drive the student king and queen of the ball. And so are we. Traditionally,
dear. Well, that must be Bill. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, dear. And remember, a time-honored tradition now rests on your shoulders. Pick your winners fairly and squarely. No peeking at the tickets. Break clean as your hand leaves the bowl.
He's an impatient lad. I'm coming. All right, Bill. Why, Professor Warren. Hello.
Hello, Mrs. Hall. You and the doctor going out?
You will find William in his study, Professor. I'm the one who's leaving. Bill Davis is picking me up to take me to the raffle drawing.
Oh, yes. It's a wonderful custom. You know, ma'am, I'm downright silly about these old traditions. Just love them. They set Ivy apart from other schools. Make it just a little more than an institution of learning. Well, this raffle just happens to be my favorite.
Yeah, I should think so. William tells me that your car brings more money than anyone else's. Proves every year how popular you are. You set me on the bell of the ball.
That's nonsense. Oh, they want me to drive them all right. But it's because they figure I'm such a doddering old idiot that I can't see what goes on in the back seat.
You're making it up, Dr. Warren. Now, you've been here a long time. Do you happen to know how this particular custom got started?
I do. Confidentially, I started it myself.
Oh, you didn't?
I did, yep. When I was a young professor, ma'am, I was too poor to ask a girl to the prom, and ordinary stags weren't permitted. Well, I did own a horse and buggy of sorts. That was a long time ago. So I figured out this plan to get me to the dance.
Oh.
That's how it all began. Don't you tell anybody. A tradition whose origin is not shrouded in mystery is not a real tradition. Just a habit.
Oh. So that's how they get started.
Yep.
Oh, there's Bill. I'll have to run. I'll see you later, Professor. Dr. Hall's in his study. You go right in.
All right. Goodbye, Mrs. Hall. Well, good afternoon, Dr. Hall.
Ah, Professor Warren.
Your wife told me I'd find you here. Am I interrupting anything?
Not a thing. Come in. I'm glad to see you. Sit down.
Thank you.
Well, Professor, I suppose you've made all your plans for the summer. You're going away for a while?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, that's what I came to see you about. Dr. Hall, I am an old man, over 70. And I've been teaching for 50 years. That's a long time.
Yes, it is. But it's not the length of service that makes a teacher invaluable. It's the amount of service he is capable of giving. Being able to transmit knowledge to young, receptive minds.
Yes, there's a satisfaction in seeing untrained boys and girls turn out to be educated men and women. And in knowing that you've had part in it.
Then your satisfaction should be unlimited, Professor.
Well, I've had my share of it. But there is nothing quite so useless or tiresome as a superannuated pedagogue.
Professor, what are you driving at?
Well, I'm tired, Doctor. One of the reasons. Now with this academic year almost at an end, I'm going to call it quits. I have regretfully decided to retire. To leave, Ivy.
If ever a man has earned a rest, Professor Warren, you have. But I can't tell you what a great loss this will be to Ivy College. And to me, personally. When do you plan to leave?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Well, but what about the baccalaureate service? And surely you intend to drive the winner of your car to the senior prom?
No, Doctor. I have to leave. Particularly before the senior prom.
With Professor Warren. He passed Bill and me on the street as if he didn't see us. And I think he was crying.
I don't blame him. I feel like crying myself. Hello, Bill. Come in.
Hi, Dr. Hall. Is something wrong with the professor?
Well, Yes, you might as well know, Bill. I'd rather you didn't mention it until the news is made official. Professor Warren is resigning.
Oh, Charlie, no. That nice man.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, excuse me, sir, but he can't leave. It would be like yanking a cornerstone. He's a part of Ivy.
I know how you feel, but now he has decided to part with Ivy. Bill, has anything happened concerning the senior prom that might have made him decide to leave so suddenly?
What do you mean, sir?
I don't know what I mean. He just insisted that he had to leave before the prom.
Oh. Uh-oh.
That's a profound observation. Does it mean something?
Well, Professor Warren looks forward to the prom more than anyone else on the campus.
Yes, and from what he told me, he invented the raffle.
Now, why should he want to get out before it unless he couldn't participate in it?
Well, why couldn't he participate in it?
Well, maybe you haven't noticed, but he hasn't driven his car in more than 3 months. I know he thought it was his secret, Dr. Hull, but, well, you know how the grapevine works. A guy in our class has a brother in med school, and he heard it from a doctor in town. I guess none of us realize that it's quite as bad as it is.
As bad as what is? Bill, what are you talking about?
The professor, sir. He's going blind.
Oh, no.
Well, it doesn't seem possible. Professor Warren, going blind. A man who has spent his whole life lighting the way for others, now being inexorably taken into darkness. Bill, sit down. We must talk about this.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
We'll return to the halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman in just a moment. But first, let's hear how one man found a solution to his heating problem.
It was a hot day, close to 90 in the shade of an office building, and if I hadn't had so many calls to make, I'd have been parked under a willow on my back lawn hoping for a breeze. But as it was, I didn't finish until long after 5. Then, thoroughly worn out by the heat, I headed for the nearest tap room where I took a table and a cross draft. I was mopping my brow when a waiter came up, put a bottle of Schlitz beer and a glass in front of me, and then walked off without a word. I hadn't given him an order, but I was too tired and too thirsty to care. So I poured the Schlitz. It was good and cold, the way I like beer, and drank. Right then, I forgot my backyard, the willow tree, and the breezes that might come my way, and thoroughly enjoyed that moment and that beer. When I looked up, the same waiter was standing there smiling, and he asked, "Are you enjoying your bottle of Schlitz, sir?" "Never had a beer that tasted so good," I said. "But tell me, how did you know I like Schlitz?" "Well, sir," replied the waiter, "you looked hot and tired, and it did seem to me that a cold bottle of Schlitz would be just the thing." "But wasn't that taking kind of a chance?" I asked. "Perhaps," continued the waiter, "but when a beer tastes so good to so many people that it's the largest selling beer in America, there's very little risk involved." "I know what you mean," I said, raising my glass to his health. "No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous."
That surround us here today.
And now back to Ivy. It's late afternoon, but the gloom of night has settled over the Hall home. For the past hour, Dr. Hall has been pacing the living room floor.
If I could only think of a way to handle this. Warren is such a proud man, and he's gone to such lengths to keep this a secret.
We'll have to do something. What did the eye doctor say?
He said an immediate operation might save his sight.
Oh, that's wonderful. He must have it done right away.
Yeah, it's an expensive operation, and he's the type of man who would rather go off and hide in some dark corner than ask for help.
Oh, but Toddy, the college would help him, wouldn't it? I mean, finance the operation?
Yes, of course. I would see to that. But that's just it. Sometimes, unless you can find exactly the right way to be helpful, it is more charitable to be unhelpful.
Well, if anyone can find the right way, you can. I've no doubt about that.
Vicky, what was that you said when Bill was here?
I said a great many things.
Yeah, but this was something that struck a responsive chord at the time. But I know, you said that the professor had invented this raffle.
Yeah, he told me that he was the one who started it with a horse and buggy.
Is that so?
Yeah, he was enormously pleased with himself about it.
Is that so?
Toddy?
Mm-hmm.
You've got an awfully funny look on your face.
Well, it's purely a muscular reaction due to the process of thought. Victoria, it is a proven fact that the face, like gall, est divisa in partes tres. To pure a Caesarean cliché. While this triplicity is not particularly evident when the face is in puris naturalibus, it is...
Yeah, now back up there, Doctor. Back up. It isn't that I don't enjoy hearing you make little Latin sounds. But what does all this foreign double talk mean?
Roughly translated, it means that I'm perching precariously on the edge of an idea, and I would rather topple over the side of it naturally. I don't want to be pushed.
Very well. I won't even give you a nudge.
Oh, Vicky, you're the most amazing woman I know, and the least inquisitive.
No, not the least inquisitive, darling. I am the woman who has her inquisitiveness the least encouraged.
Well, have patience, my darling. I think my idea is beginning to erupt. First thing I have to do is make a phone call.
Ye old livery stable, Norman talking.
This is Dr. Hall of Ivy College talking.
Hi, Doc. How's the bookie business?
The what?
Well, skip it, Doc. It's a gag, see?
Yes, I do see. Norman, do you happen to have a fairly presentable horse and buggy in stock?
A what?
A horse and buggy. Well, it's a livery stable, isn't it?
Well, yeah, Doc. Yeah, but like what's his name Shakespeare said, what's in a name, hey? We ain't seen a horse here since Seabiscuit stopped by for tea on his way to the Derby. Ye old livery stable. It's a sort of a whimsical name, you know. Like in tradition, you know.
Yes, I'm beginning to know about tradition. Well,
Hey, wait a minute. Come to think about it, we got an old beat-up type buggy out in back, if that'll help, but no horse.
Well, I have to let you know. As what's his name said, never put the cart before the horse.
Come again?
That's a gag, hey? Goodbye, Norman. Vicky, I've discovered that the horse seems to be extinct in Ivy. We better find the skeleton of one and add it to our museum before it's too late. I did locate a buggy of sorts,
A horse buggy, Toddy? For Professor Warren?
Exactly. He could manage that kind of a rig without exposing his failing eyesight. This way, I'm sure I could persuade him to stay over. And it will give us a little more time to work out a plan to get him to accept money for his operation.
What a wonderful idea.
I'm sorry. The door was open and I walked right in. I had to see you.
Oh, Bill, I'm glad you came. I figured out how we can keep Professor Warren here if we can find a horse. Right now, I'd give my college for one.
But you can't.
No, I agree. I don't think the Board of Governors would consider one of our four-footed friends fair exchange for Ivy. But if I could find one, I could keep him here for the prom.
Dr. Hall, look, there isn't going to be any prom. There have been 2 meetings since I saw you. The Board of Governors had one. Mr. Wellman called it to vote down the raffle, and they walloped him 19-1. Then we had one, the senior class. We had an idea and voted on it. Listen, you see... That's the story. What do you think of it?
I think it's magnificent.
It's the most sensational thing I ever heard.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get busy.
What time does the professor's train leave?
About 8, I think. You know the Ivy local. Always on time. The engineer's time.
I'll check to make sure before tomorrow night.
And I'll call the livery stable right now. And, the horse.
Don't worry about that, Doctor. You get the buggy, we'll take care of the horse.
Well, I hope you're not being over-optimistic, but I'll leave that up to you. And, Vicky, will you call the professor and ask him to dinner tomorrow?
Dr. Hall, you will make sure that he really plans to leave town.
Oh, Bill, after what you just told me, I'll make his plans. He'll leave town if it's the last thing I do.
Mrs. Hall, that was the best dinner I've had in I don't know how long. You know, I concoct the worst meal ever cooked up by man.
Oh.
You're just lucky that I'm leaving and can't return this invitation.
Well, you're not leaving yet, Professor. There's still over an hour until train time. Have some more coffee.
Thanks, but I think I'd better be on my way. I have a few things to do. I thought I might walk across the campus.
Oh, no. I mean, don't tire yourself out, Professor. You have a long trip ahead of you.
Yes, but I thought I might see a few of the students. I guess nobody knows I'm leaving. At least no one stopped by the house. But I suppose with graduation and the prom and all, they're busy. Yes, that's it. They're busy. What's all the hullabaloo out there?
I don't know. But we can't have Faculty Row disturbed in this unseemly manner.
No, it is awfully unseemly.
Hey, come on, Professor. Vicky, we'd better see what this is all about.
But I don't understand all this.
Well, they seem to be cheering for you, Professor.
Me? Why? What is this? What have they got out there? Sounds like there are 1,000,000 of them.
There are exactly 97 of them. And that's the buggy they've got with them.
Your chariot awaits, Professor. Come on. We're going to take you to the station.
But, Bill, this is awfully nice. But have you just got a buggy? Haven't you got a horse?
97 of them, Professor. You've hauled us around for a good many years. Now it's our turn to return the favor. Oh, before we go, here, this is for you. It's not a going-away present. It's a coming-back present.
Thank you, Bill. My glasses are a little clouded. It's a piece of paper. It's a note.
Yes, it's a note, all right. Payable on presentation at any bank. It's a check for $2,000.
Yep, it's the money from the raffle. It really belongs to you, Professor. Take it and use it any way you like. Only one condition. Come back. Our class wants you here at Ivy. Oh, now listen, if we don't get going, you'll miss your train. You're about to meet the horseyest senior class in history. Come on.
Oh, Charlie, look. The whole senior class harnessed up, pulling the buggy.
Yes.
I don't think I'll ever forget it. There they go.
Yes. And there goes their senior prom. Vicky, there's a big place in this world for those boys and girls.
Aren't they wonderful? I'm awfully afraid I'm going to cry.
Well, then, let's go inside. If he has a crying wife to comfort Vicky, it's nice to have a house around a man.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Be sure to see Ronald Coleman's latest picture, Champagne for Caesar. We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Herb Butterfield, Arthur Q. Bryan, Peter Lees, and Sheldon Leonard. Tonight's script was written by Cameron Blake and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Coming now is the dashing and daring Falcon on NBC.
Ladies, this summer at Beach or Mountains, you'll wear the new off-the-shoulder fashions that expose more skin. You'll want to be a bare-skin beauty, beautiful all over. So use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive soap in tub and shower. See if regular cleansing with Palmolive doesn't make your skin softer, smoother, lovelier. Because it gives you Palmolive's famous complexion care all over. Get bath-size Palmolive soap today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day. Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Tyler B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Dennis to sing the new Irving Berlin tune, A Feller with an Umbrella.
I'm just a fella with an looking for a girl who'll save her love for a rainy day. I'm just a fella, glad to see the skies of blue have turned into skies of gray. Raindrops have brought us together, and that's what I long to see. Maybe the break in the weather will prove to be a break for me. So I'll be the fella with an umbrella. If you'll be the girl who'll save her love for a rainy day. Raindrops have brought us together, and that's what I long to see. Maybe the break in the weather will prove to be a break for me. So I'll be the fella with an umbrella. If you'll be the girl who'll save her love for a rainy day.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, last Saturday night, when a traveling vaudeville show opened at the Bijou Theater, circumstances prevented our young hero, Dennis Day, from taking his girlfriend, Mildred. Nor could he make it Sunday nor Monday. But last night, the opportunity for which he'd been waiting finally presented itself. Mildred received her allowance, and off they went. To say he enjoyed the show is putting it mildly, but he seems to have been impressed most with the great Gambini, mind reader and mystic. He's talked about nothing else all morning.
I tell you, Mildred, I never saw anything like him in my life. The man was amazing.
Oh, Dennis, surely you don't believe in that stuff.
Well, wasn't everything he said true? Why, when he told Ed Rose about the patter of little feet around his house, I thought Ed's wife would faint. She hadn't told a soul about sending for the exterminator.
He was just lucky, that's all. You know fortune-telling's all bunk.
Bunk? Why, a month before my mother met my father, a fortune-teller told her a bald-headed man was coming into her life.
And your father was bald?
No, but 2 years afterwards, I came along and I didn't have a hair on my head.
Well, I certainly can't believe this great Gambini has any supernatural power.
No? Well, then how could he tell me I served on a destroyer during the war and that my captain's name was Roy E. Crowder? How did he know that?
Yeah, that was peculiar. Are you sure that was actually the name of your captain?
Mildred, would I be likely to forget the name of the man who decorated me with one of the highest honors the Navy can bestow? The man who pinned on my Good Conduct Medal himself?
Well, no.
Believe me, Mildred, that Gambini is uncanny. He's the most... Oh, good morning, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, children.
Why, Daddy, is anything wrong?
Oh, your mother and I just had a few words, Mildred. Some of mine were dillies, too. Too bad I never got the chance to say them.
What was it all about, Mr. Anderson?
Well, we have about $5,000 saved up in government bonds, and Poopsie wants to take it all and speculate in the stock market with it. She says now's the time to make a big killing.
Oh, my gosh, you mean she...
Some broker started her on it and gave her this list of securities. Let's see. Do you know anything about the Diamond Match Company?
No, but it doesn't sound like a good investment to me. How many people can afford those kind of matches?
That's true, yeah. I can see I came to the right man for financial advice, all right.
Oh, I just used my head, that's all. What else has the broker got on that list?
Well, General Foods.
That's ridiculous. If another war came, he'd be the first to go. Take the advice of one who knows. Take the advice of one who knows, Mr. Anderson. Stay out of the market.
Now, wait a minute. This broker may be perfectly right, Daddy. Maybe the stock market is going way up.
Well, that's what Poopsie says, but how's a man to know? Oh, if there was only some way to predict the future.
Yeah, Hey, wait a minute. Is that all you need to have the future predicted? Why, it's a cinch.
What?
Oh, no, Dennis. Don't tell me you're going to...
That's just where I'm going. The great Gambini knows all, sees all. Are we going to be rich? Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo!
Come in.
Pardon me, is the great Gambini... Why, Bill Calhoun, my old Navy shipmate.
Hiya, Dennis. Yeah, it's me. Didn't recognize me on the stage last night with my Gambini makeup on, huh? When I told you your captain's name was Crowder, I thought your eyes would pop.
So that's how you knew. I should have known you couldn't look into my head and see anything.
Still the same old Dennis, huh?
Oh, I guess so. But you sure come a long way since the Navy, Bill. Gosh, you're a vaudeville actor.
Yeah, but I haven't let success go to my head, Dennis. I never forget my Navy days when I was eating regular.
Me either.
Yeah. Hey, remember the day we sighted an enemy sub?
I'll say. Boy, did I reach for my life belt.
Yeah, we all did before you finally took yours off.
Well, there was no telling when that submarine would strike again.
Even when you were on shore leave?
Let's talk about something else.
All right. Hey, how about those poker games we used to have every payday? I taught you how to play, remember? Ever play now?
No, but I found out civilian poker is a little different from the game you taught me. Here, 5 cards of a suit makes a flush and it beats a pair.
Ah, those civilians. Hey, what are you doing with yourself these days, Dennis, huh?
Well, right now I'm kind of waiting for the right salary offer to come along.
The right salary offer?
Yeah, where a fella says there is one.
Say, how would you like to come in with me, pal? I'm going to open up right here in town, and I can use an assistant.
You're going to be a fortune teller here in Weaverville?
Well, sure, this town ought to be a gold mine. I had an ad in the paper this morning offering free readings so I could get started. But, Miss Baker.
Oh, yeah, from us. She's kind of got a crush on me.
You? She said it was a dark, vital, dashingly handsome man with a physique that left her breathless.
Well...
That's you, huh?
Sure. Miss Baker likes to exaggerate a little. Everybody doesn't think I look like that, just women.
Oh. Well, anyway, I told her the man of her dreams was... Brother, have I got an idea?
Huh?
Look, how does a fortune teller get into the big dough? If his predictions come true. Don't you see, all you got to do is make love to this Miss Baker.
Oh, Bill, we've been through a war together. Let's at least enjoy the peace.
Now, look, you want to make a lot of dough, don't you?
Well, sure, but...
Then work with me. She'll talk about it all over town if her prediction comes true.
But, Bill...
Dennis, we're shipmates, pals, buddies. Side by side, we fought the enemy for 4 long years. Side by side, we were decorated with a good conduct medal.
Well, okay. But after all these years, it's a heck of a way to lose mine.
Dennis Day.
Hi, Miss Baker.
Hello, Dennis.
Well, that's enough talk. Let's neck.
What?
Miss Baker, you're beautiful. You're ravishing. I've never seen anyone so gorgeous.
Good heavens, how did you get this plastered so early?
I'm not plastered. Blessed Miss Baker, and I mean everything I say. You're the most heavenly creature I've ever set eyes on.
My gracious, what's gotten into you? And how can we keep it there?
Come on, babe. How's about you and me driving up to the top of Morgan's Bluff and calling it?
Why, you whistled at me.
Well, how could any man help whistling at anyone?
You really think I'm beautiful? Oh, thank you, you darling. I'm going to break every mirror in this house.
That's the way to talk. Come here, babe. Park it next to me.
Dennis, you really think I should?
Well, why not? You know what the 14-day Palmolive plan does for a woman, don't you?
Yes?
Well, I can do it in 10.
This is also, it just... What is it you see in me all of a sudden? I'd like to know in case I have to argue with anybody in the future.
Oh, it's everything about you, babe.
Now, what about your fiancée, Mildred Anderson?
Mildred Anderson? Fair. Just a woman with a face and a figure like every other woman. But you, everything about you's so novel.
Oh, you dream boy. And that wonderful divine fortune teller. Oh, to think I didn't believe him.
Fortune teller?
Yes, he said you'd do this, and it all came true. Oh, I'm going to tell everyone in town about this.
Had it, girl.
Why, just think. There may be any number of other women here with men just about to fall for them.
Sure, and he'll have... Oh, my gosh, am I going to demand time and a half?
We'll be back in a moment to continue this day in the life of Dennis Day. Meanwhile, here's Dennis, aided and abetted by our own Herbert Anderson, to sing Tooly Ooly.
When a Swiss boy goes calling on a Swiss miss in June, Tooly Ooly Ooly Doo. He sings a pretty tune, and he charms her like magic when he yodels this tune. Doodly-oodly-oodly-doo. Beneath the alpine moon, the echo goes higher and higher, and soon their hearts are both on fire. So when you get lonely, now you know what to do. Doodly-oodly-oodly-doo. And make your dreams come true. The echo goes higher. Their hearts are both on fire. So when you get lonely, now you know what to do. And make your dreams come true. Just tooly-ooly.
Well, imagine our young hero's surprise when a vaudeville fortune teller named the Great Gambini turned out to be one Bill Calhoun, an old shipmate of his in the Navy. Bill is set up in business in Weaverville now with a new angle that makes them come true. So far, it seems to be working like a charm.
Boy, that Miss Baker sure spread it around about me, Dennis. There's been a line out front all morning.
Gee, that's swell.
Yeah, I got a list here of what I said was going to happen. Now, you're going to handle it with these men and women just like you did with Miss Baker.
Men, too? I don't think they'll appreciate that approach at all.
No. Look, they're all different types of predictions.
Oh.
Now, take the list and get busy. Just make these predictions come true, and then I got an idea that'll put us in the big dough.
Okay, let's have the list. Let's see now. Mrs. Phillips, 127 Elm. Told her she would be named best-dressed woman in the world. Mrs. Courtney, Bankersworth, 238 Maple. Told her the Chinese laundryman would beg her for a kiss. Oh, Bill, I can't do these things. They're nice people.
Dennis, boy, you're not going back on your old pal now, are you? We were shipmates, boy. Comrades, bunkies.
Well, okay. Funny thing, though, seems to me when we were on board ship together, I used to hate you.
Yes?
Bon appetit, mon patout.
Bon appetit?
My name is Ouvre la Fenêtre. I have come all the way from Paris, which is in France, to see Mrs. Phillips.
Well, I am she.
Good. Here is me.
My goodness. You must want to see me about something awfully important.
But jawohl, ma chérie. I have come to tell you that you have been chosen by the Paris Society of Dressmakers as the best-dressed woman in the whole world.
What? Why, a fortune teller told me that this afternoon, and I said he was crazy. And now 2 hours later, it's come true.
It would have been even sooner if it hadn't taken the wrong transfer.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. I leave you with this glorious news, monsieur. Arrivederci till we meet again.
Oh, please. Don't leave yet. Why, you've just come from Paris. You must have all the fashion news.
Oh, monsieur.
Please, tell me. The bustle, is it really back?
Oh, oui. Same old place. But really, I must...
And the new neckline, how low is it to be?
18 inches.
18 inches? Why, that's the skirt length.
Well, that is where the new neckline will be. The skirt will be worn above it. Well, hasta la vista.
Yes?
Hallo, me alle time hippies laundry dans split. Me alle time too. Oh, no, you don't.
Could you repeat that?
Oh, no, me shot hole works.
Well, what is it you want?
Me come over all the time love noses with you.
Love noses with you?
Sure, Chinese way to kiss you better. Oh, big fun. Wanna make.
Good heavens. That fortune teller was right. But who'd ever dream that a Chinese laundryman would actually ask me for a kiss?
Oh, not so strange. You pretty nice looking coolie. Wanna make.
Get out of here.
Now, let's see. Mrs. Gregory, 819 Oak. Told her a dog would bite her in the ankle. Well, I took care of that one. She couldn't see me. And what's next? Mr. John Winters. Told him he would receive a phone call from his older brother, whom he hasn't seen for years. An easy one at last.
Hello?
Hello, long distance calling. Here's your party.
Hello?
Howdy, boy. This is your brother, Henry.
Henry?
Yep.
But you passed away last night. How could you be calling?
This phone call came to you by transcription. Goodbye.
Herbert, is that you?
No, it's me, Mrs. Anderson. Gosh, what's the matter? You seem all excited.
Oh, I am, Dennis. Have you heard about the new fortune teller in town? It's just a miracle. Everything he says comes true.
Yeah,
He told Mrs. Gregory she'd be bitten by a dog, and sure enough, she was. And it must have been a very unusual dog, too, in Mrs. Gregory's ankle.
Yeah, I know.
The man's uncanny. Well, I know now that I did the right thing.
Huh? Well, what do you mean?
Well, I kept $5,000 to invest for me. Isn't it wonderful?
Mrs. Anderson,
Why, Dennis, what is it? You're turning green.
I know. When they bury me, I might as well blend with the landscape.
You mean it was you who made all those predictions come true?
Sure, Gambini's just a fake, and now he's talked your mother into turning all her money over to him.
Oh, good golly, he's not only a fake, he's a crook.
I know. I'm getting more and more amazed at the type of men they passed out good conduct medals to. Gosh, what do we do, Mildred?
Oh, if we could only discredit Gambini in some way so Mother'd demand her money back. Say, how about Daddy's home recording machine?
Huh?
Suppose you asked him if he was a crook and he admitted it. We could record it and play it for Mother.
Mildred, you're crazy. He'd never admit anything like that.
He doesn't have to. All you have to do is get him to say yes and no, and we'll dub in the questions later.
Dub in the questions?
Sure.
First, we'll make a record of you saying, Gambini, do you admit you're a dirty crook? Then we'll put in his yes. Then you'll ask him if he intended to return Mother's money, and we'll add his voice saying no. You see?
But, Mildred, you...
Dennis, I tell you, it's foolproof.
Well, in that case, I guess I can handle it. Oh, Mildred, here he comes up the walk.
All right, now don't get nervous. First, you ask him a question he has to say yes to, and then you ask him a question he has to say no to. Have you got it?
Yeah, first I make him say yes.
Right, or or sure, anything like that. And then...
Oh, don't worry. I know what to do. Get out of sight quick.
Hi, Dennis.
Well, I just wanted to talk to you, Bill. Is everything going all right?
Not bad.
Then, you'd say things have been going pretty well so far, huh?
That's what I'd say.
Yeah. I guess we got quite a future together, huh?
In a word, my boy, great.
That's not the word, believe me.
Huh?
Say, did I tell you I had a little trouble when I was doing that Frenchman for Mrs. Phillips? She didn't know what the word we meant. You know what it means, don't you, Bill?
Who doesn't?
Can you tell me what it means, Bill?
Who couldn't?
I must be doing this wrong.
Oh, no, you're doing a fine job, Dennis. Why, if things keep up like this, I'll soon be sending for the wife and our little one.
Gosh, I didn't know you had a little one. Tell me, is it a boy?
I wouldn't say so.
That must be a girl, huh?
A matter of fact, we don't know what it is. It's a canary.
Oh, this is murder.
Well, I'll see you around, Dennis. I better be getting along.
Yeah, I guess you might just as well. I give up. Did you have a hat with you?
Yes.
Wow, I finally hit pay dirt. Come on back and sit down.
I thought our conversation was all over.
Oh, half of it is. Now let's clean up the rest of it. This should be a cinch. One question.
What are you talking about?
Bill, tell me something. Is it true that your wife's maiden name was Honeysuckle Goldfarb?
Well, by golly, how did you know that?
You mean it was?
Well, sure, but I've never told a soul outside of my folks.
Only to me could this happen.
You must have heard it from my mother because my father isn't living.
Your mother shot and killed him, huh?
Yeah, it was in all the papers.
I surrender.
Well, I really have to be running along, Dennis.
Yeah, okay. This your hat?
No.
Wow, I did it again! Huh? Thank you, Bill. After all these years, I finally found out what the hat trick is.
A thief? The great Gambini?
Yes, Mother. That's why I returned your money and left town when he heard we had this phonograph record.
Sure, all you got to do is listen to the record, Mrs. Anderson. It's all the proof you could ever want.
Why, it doesn't seem possible. Put it on.
Okay, listen. Gambini, I'm going to ask you two questions. First, do you admit you're a dirty crook?
No.
Oh, my gosh. Second, did you have any intention of returning Mrs. Anderson's money?
Yes.
Holy smoke, I dubbed in the questions wrong.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Mama Makushla. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, for soft, glamorous dream girl hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Now in convenient tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with a new three-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft, easy to manage. Not a soap, not a liquid, but an utterly new, rich lathering cream shampoo. A blend of secret ingredients plus lanolin. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, 49 and 25 cents. Be a dream girl. A lovely luster cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
Now is Dennis with the music of Charles Dant and the orchestra singing his popular new RCA Victor recording, Mama Makushla.
You'll always be within this this heart of mine, Mama Kushla. Mama Kushla, you'll always be there. You're more to me than all the stars that shine, Mama Kushla. You are the answer to my every prayer. In you I have an angel ready to guide me, one who'll always stand beside me all life through. And every day to me is Mother's Day, Mama Kushla. Mama Kushla, I'll always love you. And every day to me is Mother's Day, Mama Kushla. Mama Kushla, I'll always love
Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune into another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous green girl hair. And be sure to read the true love story of Dennis Day and see a full-life picture in the July issue of Radio Mirror, now on sale at your newsstand. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Prof, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, the sportsman Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
All over the country, business firms preparatory to filing their tax statements are making their estimates of earnings for the fiscal year. In New York, insurance executive William Lenahan checks his statement.
Income, $157,000. Expenditures, $122,000. Net, $35,000. Everything checks. I'm heading for Florida.
And in Los Angeles, Oliver B. Schwab, prominent attorney, checks his statement.
Income, $400,000. Expenditures, $300,000. Net, $100,000. Everything checks. I'm heading for Palm Springs.
And in Mel Blanc's little town, Mel Blanc, Fixit shop proprietor, checks his statement.
Income? Liabilities? Profit for the year? Everything checks. I'm heading for bankruptcy.
And as soon as Mel's bank checked his statement, they agreed with him. So today, on his birthday, Mel Blanc received this letter.
And in order to satisfy your creditors, we shall be forced to sell your Fixit shop at public auction. Signed Roger P. Grimes, President. Gosh, auctioning off my Fixit shop today. I bet they wouldn't do it if they knew it was my birthday. Let's see what else it says in the letter. P.S. Happy birthday. Today it's my birthday. Tomorrow it's Lincoln's. Now I know what they meant when they wrote that song. What a difference a day makes. Oh, here comes Betty. She'll have a kind word for me.
Hello, Mel. I heard the news about the auction.
Yeah. Isn't it terrible?
Oh, darling, don't worry. Plan. After all the auction, you might be able to buy back some of your stuff.
With what, $1.80? The fixtures alone are worth $1. Nerve of that bank foreclosing.
Well, it's your own fault for letting the place run down. Look at the way everything's scattered around.
Well, I know exactly where everything is.
Oh, yes. Suppose I said to you, where's the can of red paint? What would you say?
You're sitting on it.
What?
Well, don't worry, the lid's on. Gosh, to think that my Fixit shop is being auctioned off on this day of all days.
Well, what's today?
Betty, you mean to say you don't know what day this is?
Why?
Well, what does this remind you of? La 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 to you. La 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 to you. La 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 Mel Blanc. La 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 to you.
I know.
What?
It's a rainy night in Rio.
No, they grow an awful lot of coffee in Brazil. Fine thing.
Oh, hello, Benny. Hello, Mel.
Hello.
I understand they're auctioning off your Fixit shop today, Mel. Well, you may be out in the street. Down and out, but nothing to eat.
Please. Mr. Colby, don't be so unhappy.
Oh, Mel. What if you are a flop? So you don't make money. What's the difference? You can't take it with you.
Yeah, but I'd sure like to see some of it before I go.
Well, it takes time to be successful, Mel. Why, when I first opened my supermarket years ago, I lived on practically nothing. I bought a suit for $6. What do you think of that?
It still looks good on you. I mean...
Mel Blanc, I have no sympathy for you. I've worked hard and made a name for myself. Why, do you know what people call me?
Please, Mr. Colby, not in front of Betty.
Why, you... I've had enough. Come on, Betty. Goodbye, Mel. Goodbye, Mel.
How do you like that? My own girl walks out on me. Her father calls me a moron. They take away my Fixit shop. And all this on my birthday. They can't do this to me. I'm a citizen. I owe taxes. Boy, they'd be sorry if I were dead. They'd say, gosh, we all forgot Mel on his birthday. We were mean to him. We didn't love him. I know what I'll do. I'll hang myself on the tree on Colby's lawn. No, I better not do that. Mr. Colby doesn't like me hanging around his house. If I were dead, oh, how sorry they'd be. Say, I got a great idea. I know what to do. Where's my assistant, Zuki? Zuki! Zuki! Okay, Zuki, start yelling now.
Help! It's Mel Blanc. He jumped in the river.
Mel Blanc. Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc?
Mel Blanc?
Yeah.
Who's he?
Well, he's the nicest. He's the sweetest. He's the most wonderful. He's a jerk.
Why did he do it?
Well, his girl walked out on him. You see, her father hated him. They foreclosed his business, and nobody remembered his birthday. No reason at all.
How do you know all this?
Well, he told me he was going to jump off a 10-story building.
Oh, that's impossible. The tallest building in this town is only 5 stories.
Yeah, I know. He was going to jump off twice. Gee, ain't it awful? Look, there's Mel's hat floating on the water.
What a tragedy. Probably my size, too.
Well, I'm going home now. Hang the flag out the window.
Hey, you're going to do that for Mel?
No, tomorrow's Lincoln's birthday.
Oh, say, that's right. I got to do it, too.
Come on.
Oh, okay, Mel. They're all gone now.
How do you like that? No sympathy at all. All I think about is Lincoln. Forgot all about me. I'll show this town. By the time I'm through, I'll be such a big man, Lincoln will be hanging a flag out for me. Okay, town, just wait and see.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle? A breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth, giving them that pearly, polished feeling. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice, and does it beautifully. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, folks, it looks like this is the end.
Don't tune out, folks. This is only the beginning.
Nobody remembered Mel on his birthday. And the bank is auctioning off his Fixit shop today. So Mel jumped into the river.
Is he kidding? I can't stand cold water.
So for Colgate tooth powder, I want to say goodbye.
Hello? Well, so far, my plan's working. Everybody thinks I jumped into the river. I'll turn on the radio and see if they're saying anything about it.
There's good news tonight.
Wrong station. I'll try another one.
Friends, a terrible tragedy has overtaken us.
Oh, that's more like it.
A great tragedy. The entire nation is prostrate. And as we all sit and worry, we wonder, will Dick Tracy get away from influence?
Oh, a fine thing. I'll take these different disguises and go out and talk with my friends. I'll see how sorry they are. Oh, there's Mr. Colby. He's probably getting here early for the auction.
Oh, pardon me, friend. May I trouble you for a match? Man, who do you think I am, Santa Claus? I'm looking for a Mel Blanc. Well, if you're looking for that idiot, he's not around. He drowned himself this afternoon. Oh, too bad. His uncle died, and I came to bring him the legacy. 18 million pounds, 14 guineas, 12 shillings, 4 crowns, 6 pence, halfpenny, halfpenny, hooppenny, hippenny, and a whole penny. But if he's dead, I'll have to give it to his dearest friend. Does he have such in this town? Oh, well, I'm his dearest friend. But you called him an idiot. Idiot. That's an American word for friend. Well, I'll have to go and think it over. So long, jackass. Jackass? Aye, that's a Scotch word for friend.
So that's the way Colby feels, huh? For $18 million, he's my friend. Who needs him? For $18 million, I can be my own friend. I wonder how the rest of the town feels. Uh-oh, here comes my girl Betty. I'll put on this beret and test her.
Pardon me, ma chérie. I'm looking for the Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc? Oh, he just jumped in the river over there.
Oh, too bad. The girls of France, they will feel terrible to hear that. There was not a girl in France who would not give her right arm for a kiss from Mel Blanc. In fact, in the town of Marseille, all the girls are called Lefty.
Well, who are you?
I am Mel Blanc's cousin, Roux de la Blanc. I just left his aunt, Eiffel. A very tall woman. I have come from France with 10 million francs given to him by the girls of Paris for his great work.
Oh, what work?
I do not know what his work was, but all the girls say he was a great worker. But if Mel Blanc is not here, I was told to give the money to his girlfriend.
Oh, well, I'm his girlfriend.
You? Whose birthday is it today?
Oh, it's tomorrow, and it's Lincoln's birthday. Now, may I have the money?
The money you want? Go ask Lincoln. Au revoir.
Well, so that's the way my girl feels. I'm getting to wish I was in the river under that hat. Oh, here comes Mr. Cushing, my lodge president. Maybe he's got a kind word.
Hello, friend. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Well, greetings, friend. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Hey, I never saw you before. How come you know the password?
Well, I'm a member of the Jennings Junction Local Order of Benevolent Zebras. I came down to represent the lodge for Mel Blanc. Oh, terrible thing. Finding his hat in the river.
Oh, you don't know what a blow it was to me.
Really?
Yeah, at first I thought that hat belonged to my wife.
Oh, aren't you sorry about Brother Blanc?
Oh, yes, I am. Yes, I am. He was a good friend of mine. May his ugga rest in boom.
Must have been a terrible decision for him to make, jumping into the river.
Well, I don't know. Every morning when I have breakfast, I read a newspaper over the coffee. Sometimes the newspaper drops, and I look at my wife. My, that river looks good.
Is your wife that bad looking?
Well, I'll tell you, friend. Every morning my wife eats cereal. Now, you know how cereals are. They jump, they crack, they pop, they snap. When my wife looks at them, they just lay there and grow. Of course, she's always trying to reduce, so she eats a lot of carrots. Carrots, carrots, carrots.
Is she losing weight?
No, but this morning when I come down to breakfast, she said, what's up, Doc? What? As long as she reads and I read, I'm satisfied.
She reads at breakfast, too?
Oh, yes, she does. She studies the horoscope all the time. A lot of good it does her. You see, she's born under the sign of Taurus the bull. But she still looks like Elsie the cow. Well, how's it going, brother, brother?
Oh, wait a second. Where are you going?
Well, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see The Razor's Edge, or I can go home and cut my throat. So long, ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Well, didn't say a word about me disappearing. Never even missed me. Nobody misses me. It's like they never even knew I was around. I might just as well be Vice President of the United States. Well, now to get back to the Fixit shop and watch that vulture, Banker Grimes, auction off my shop.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to auction off Mel Blanc's Fixit shop, and even though his sudden departure saddens us, let us not have it interfere with our bids, shall we?
How do you like that? What a hypocrite.
Mel Blanc was near and dear to all of us. Why, there isn't a house in this town that doesn't have a memento to remind them of Mel Blanc. A broken clock, a washing machine that doesn't work, a lamp that just stands there darkening up some bright corner. And yet I know that if that noble figure were alive today, first thing that he would say is, deposit your money in the First National Bank.
What a lot of baloney. If he'd only give somebody else a chance to speak.
Well, before we start the auction, is there someone here who would like to say a few kind words in behalf of Mel Blanc? Any words. They don't even have to be kind.
Looks like I'll have to do it myself. I know. I'll act like I'm tipsy.
Hey, just a second, buddy. I'm a friend of Blanc's, and today happens to be his birthday. But everybody remembers Lincoln. Why? I don't know. Lincoln split rails. Well, My pal Mel Blanc split rails for 3 years. Got a house full of rails. And nobody remembers him. And Benjamin Franklin invented the kite. Who helped him? Blanc. Robert Fulton invented the steam engine. Stole it from Blanc. The Wright brothers invented the aeroplane. Who gave them the idea? A bird. That's who. But where did the bird get it from? Mel Blanc. And why wasn't Mel Blanc in on the atomic bomb? I'll tell you why. He was sick. I could go on forever. And I think I will.
Yes, now, if you don't mind, my friend, we've got to get on with the auction. Now, the entire store goes lock, stock, and barrel, including all Mel Blanc's personal effects, belongings, and clothes. Now, what am I bid?
1 cent. 1 cent? Why, for 2 cents?
I bid 2 cents. Who'll make it 3? 3.
Pennies? Why, the least I could do is start the bidding in dollars.
A dollar is bid. Going. Do I hear more? Gone. Sold to this gentleman for $1. And what is your name, sir?
I'll tell you my name. It's Mel Blanc. So you're not even amazed, huh? Well, I found out what you all thought of me. You don't care whether I'm alive or dead. You're only interested in yourselves. You, Banker Grimes, hanging up that sign that says, "Here's your Fixit shop, Mel Blanc." And you, Mr. Colby, putting that plate of cold cuts and potato salad on the table. What do you think this is, a party? And you, Betty, carrying that birthday cake that says, "Happy birthday, Mel Blanc." Why, you don't even know it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Mel... Happy birthday, Mel Blanc!
Surprise! Surprise!
What? Hey, what's going on here?
Oh, Mel, you big sweet. I don't know what to call you, darling. What a day you gave us today.
You mean this surprise, this party is for me? You knew all the time I wasn't in the river?
Hoot, mon, yes. Oh, what a Scotchman you are.
And all the girls, they call themselves lefties.
And I didn't fool you either. Gosh, I got a lump in my throat.
Now remember, Mel, people think about you even though they don't show it.
That's the motto of the First National Bank.
Well, how do you feel, Mel?
Gosh, Betty, I'm speechless. There's only one thing I can say.
What's that?
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening and reminding you all that this is Boy Scout Week. Tonight we want to join in saluting the 1,980,000 scouts in America and their brother scouts in 51 nations of the world. Good night, Andy. That's all, no?
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fixit shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Margaret McBride, it is. The Fred Allen Show.
with Fred's guests Monte Wooley, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And if you ever want to look me up in the phone book, girls, my name is Kenny Delmar. This week, ladies and gentlemen, the New American Magazine is on the stands. It contains the life story of Fred Allen. Millions of readers are saying, who is Fred Allen? There is only one answer to this Fred Allen question, and here it is. Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening. This is Fred Allen, in case there is any doubt, ladies and gentlemen, in case the name didn't come up earlier in the program. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, tell me, Kenny, did you happen to read the story of my life in the American Magazine?
No, Fred. What is it, one of those rags to riches yarns?
No, it's from rags to rags, Kenny. I hold my own in the story. You know, I was born in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Oh, that must have been a long time ago.
Yes, Kenny, there was no bird life in Cambridge in those days. The stork used to bring his bundles only as far as Boston, and the American Express delivered the babies the rest of the way.
You were born in a small town.
Cambridge was so small, when the Siamese twins stood on the main street, one of the twins was out of town, Kenny. Cambridge was so far back in the woods those days, the mayor was an owl. He used to molt every 2 years and get back in the office.
Well, what happened when you got older, Fred?
Well, when I was 15, my voice changed, and I joined the church choir.
You were a choir boy?
Yes, Kenny. The first Sunday I sang in church, 200 people changed their religion. I started singing one of... Well, Portland. You're just in time, Portland. It's time to strike out for Allen's Alley.
Oh, have you a question for tonight?
You bet. You know, this past week, a Senate subcommittee published a list of new inventions, aluminum and glass clothing, and electrical gadgets that will greatly influence our post-war lives. And so our question tonight is, how do you think these new scientific developments are going to affect you?
Shall we go?
As one anchor said to the other anchor, let's away. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. Say, I wonder if the senator had to run for re-election last week. Let's see.
Somebody knock.
Yeah.
Yeah, vote for Claghorn. Senator Claghorn, that is.
Now, wait a minute. I know.
They keep going over your head.
Well, I know that. I don't...
If you're listening, you should be laughing.
Well, I'm doing it. Try to get put points on my words. I'll get one in edgewise. Now, look, are you through, Senator, temporarily?
Yeah.
Can I Yes. Look, Senator, are you upset about these new post-war inventions?
Well, there's only one thing that's got me worried, son.
What's that?
Them new aluminum suits for men.
Aluminum suits?
If they take all of America's kitchen utensils to make aluminum suits...
Yes?
The taxpayer will be caught with his pants down. So long, that is.
So long.
See you to the Alamo.
Well, the senator shouldn't worry about aluminum. He should worry about getting the lead out. I wonder if Titus Moody is in tonight.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody, have you tried any of these post-war ideas?
Yeah, I started feeding my sheep ionized yeast.
Feeding your sheep ionized yeast?
I was trying to grow steel wool.
Well, tell me, how did your experiment work out?
Not so good, Bob.
No?
Yesterday it rained.
Yes?
Today I got 500 rusty sheep.
I've never heard of rust taking it on the land, but I guess you know. Tell me, Mr. Moody, have you had any other trouble with these new gadgets?
Yeah, my automatic milking machine kicked up.
How?
I had the machine hooked onto my cow, milking.
Yeah?
I went to bed and forgot to turn it off.
You left the milking machine running all night? Well, what happened?
Milked the cow inside out.
Didn't it ruin the cow?
No. He's still giving milk.
Yes?
But the cream is on the bottom.
I should have asked Mr. Moody to do a few curd tricks while he was here. Well, let's try this next house here.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You're expecting maybe Lauren Bagel?
Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, are you in favor of these inventions to improve modern living?
Forward with science. This is my mere slogan.
Forward with science. Have you tried any of these new household gadgets?
Match. I am buying a magic Davenport.
What is a magic Davenport?
First, it is only a Davenport.
Where does the magic come in?
You are pushing a button. Presto, the Davenport is hiding in the wall.
Oh, good.
You're pushing another button. Change-o, the Davenport is coming out of the wall of bed.
Say, that is magic.
Magic, tragic, it is making me a widow.
What happened?
My husband, Pierre, is sitting on the Davenport.
Yeah?
Presto, the Davenport is hiding in the wall.
Yes?
Change-o, it is staying there.
Your husband, Pierre, is trapped in the wall?
For 4 days already.
And is Pierre still alive?
We are feeding him through the wall, a knothole.
Well, what is Pierre eating?
Frankfurt is one at a time.
Well, after this experience, I guess you didn't buy any other new items.
Only one.
Which one?
They are making shoes from soybeans. I'm buying 2 pairs.
Oh, you like your soybean shoes?
Detective, they are delicious. Thank you.
That brings us to the last shack in the alley. A knock here should certainly start something.
Oh, it's you, Saggy Eyes.
Well, McGee and McGee. Now, something tells me you boys have a new song for tonight.
Have you heard? When it's tulip time in Toledo, Tallulah, I'll have tulips waiting for you.
Now, wait a minute. Look. Tonight, we are discussing post-war innovations.
Great. We got a song about these new glass suits.
Glass suits?
Yeah. I'll be seeing you in all the open air.
Thank you, McGee and McGee. You're not through, that's what you think. And now for some singing. That's worthwhile, ladies and gentlemen. The 5 DeMarco sisters, accompanied by Maestro Al Goodman and his music pupils. The DeMarco sing Paper Moon.
For it's only a paper moon sailing over a cardboard sea. But it would be make-believe if you believed in me. Yes, only a canvas sky hanging over a muslin tree. But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. Without your love, it's a honky-tonk parade. Without your love, it's a melody played out of Benny Arcade. Yes. Bottom of Bailey well, just as phony as it can be. But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. Without your love, it's a honky-tonk parade. Without your love, it's a melody played. Melody played on the Penny Arcade. It's the Barnum and Bailey world, just as phony as it can be. But it would be make-believe if you believed in me. If you believed in me.
Al Goodman and his 8 bars is a concerto orchestra have just played That's For Me. Mr. Goodman has more unfinished symphonies on hand that Schubert ever dreamed of. Say, Portland.
Yes?
Is there a copy of today's paper around?
If you want to know the latest news, Edgar Bergen just got married.
No kidding. Charlie McCarthy has a stepmother, hey? Why, that little fugitive from a sawmill, it serves him right.
I'd hate to be a ventriloquist's wife.
What?
If a ventriloquist talks in his sleep at night...
You mean if he throws his voice?
Yes. His wife has to get out of bed and go downstairs to hear what he's saying.
Oh, it's too much trouble. I wouldn't even bother with it. It was interesting. But look, you could see the script before he went to sleep. You would know. Look, Portland. I'm not interested in Charlie. I just want to look at the want ads. I have to find someone who wants to sell a radio.
Isn't your radio working?
No, a friend of mine who lives in Jersey went home the other night and took the tube. Oh, here's the paper. I wish he took that gag with him, too. Oh, here's the paper on this chair. Let us look at these want ads here.
Oh, here's one. We'll exchange swords and 8 medals for good alibi.
Signed, General Yamashita. He can use a good alibi at the moment.
Say, here's something.
About a radio? What does it say?
We'll give my portable radio to anyone strong enough to carry it away. M.W., room 40, Gem Hotel.
Gem, you know, that's a little theatrical hotel on 47th Street. I'll see you later, Portland. I'm going over to see M.W., room 40. Room 38, 39... Room 40. Here we are.
Yes?
Is M.W. in?
I'm M.W., Monte Wooley.
Well, Mr. Wooley.
If you are the exterminator man, there is wildlife rampant in my mattress.
No,
if you are the bellboy, I want a clean towel.
But
Look at this towel. It's blacker than a side cushion on a hearse.
Now, look, mister.
If you are the manager, I want knobs put on these doors. I'm sick of opening doors with a corkscrew.
But, Monty, I'm Fred Allen.
Fred, what are you doing in this flea bag? Are you furnishing a dog?
Now, Monty, stop complaining. Every hotel in town is crowded. You're lucky to even get in this little theatrical hotel.
Lucky? Well, I'm sharing this room with 4 acrobats, 3 midgets, 2 seals, and a talking hippopotamus.
But there's no light in here. How can you read here at night?
A fire eater lives in the closet.
A fire eater?
Yes, he eats with the door open.
But how?
I read by the light of the fire eater's dinner.
Oh, I see. That clarifies that. To me, at least. Well, I'll see you later, Monty. I'm looking for some chump who put an ad in the paper. He wants to give away his radio set.
I am the chump, Fred.
Oh, really?
Here's my radio set. Get it out of my sight.
Monty, you've turned against radio?
Well, what is radio? Smiling Irishman, jingles, LS, MFT, and those jokes radio comedians tell about my beard.
Oh, you mean when you are on their programs?
Yes. Last week, a comedian said, Monte, if I lose my raccoon tail, can I borrow your chin for my radiator cap?
I remember one comedian said, you look as though you just ate a full-of-brush man, and his samples are sticking out.
Well, another so-called radio wit said, Monty, your face should be hanging down in front of a Scotsman's kilt. Radio bar.
Now, look, Monty, are you through panning radio?
There's one thing more, Fred.
Really?
Now, those crime programs.
What about them?
No crime ever goes unsolved in radio. Mr. District Attorney never loses a case.
That's right.
Your FBI gets its man every week.
Well, what kind of a crime program would you like to hear, Monty?
Just once, I'd like to hear the truth.
The truth?
The story of a district attorney or police commissioner who has some trouble with a case.
Oh, I see.
A guy who isn't infallible.
Uh-huh.
I'd like to be on one of those programs.
Say, I think I can fix that for you, Monty.
Fred, it'll bring back my faith in radio. I'd like to see what happens to me.
Okay, Inspector Wooley, you are on the air.
Mr. Mobbuster. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, champion of the people, foe of the underworld, the defender of law and order, Mr. Mobbuster. Thank you. And what is your thrilling story for tonight, Mr. Mobbuster? Tonight, I will show you how I dealt with the most dangerous criminal I encountered in my 40 years on the force. Who was the most dangerous criminal, Mr. Mobbuster? Charlie the Chicken.
Charlie the Chicken?
Yes. But it all started back in 1936. I was in my office at police headquarters, polishing some brass knuckles with my right-hand man, Mulligan. Out of a clear sky, Mulligan said,
Chief, I don't understand it. 20 years in the office, and you ain't caught one criminal yet.
It's just a slump, Mulligan.
67 unsolved murders this week alone, Chief. The streets is jammed with bodies.
Has anybody noticed it?
Some street cleaners stooled on you, Chief. The newspapers is hinting you're a coward.
I'll come through, Mulligan. They've got to give me time. Miss Pierce, my secretary.
Here's your fan mail, Chief. One postcard.
What does it say?
As long as you are in office, our minds are at ease.
Good. Who's it from?
Murder Incorporated.
Chief, you're the laughing stock of the city. You gotta catch a criminal pretty soon.
If I can just get one case, I'll show the newspapers. Miss Pierce, turn on my shortwave set.
Okay, Chief.
Attention all police. Poultry truck hijacked in Jersey. 2,000 chickens stolen. Charlie the Chicken suspected. Charlie the Chicken suspected. Attention all.
Jeepers, Chief.
Mulligan, that's the case for me.
Charlie the Chicken's the biggest chicken napper in the country. This case will be a feather in your cap, Chief.
Right, Mulligan. Miss Finn.
Yes, Chief. Call
the newspapers. Tell them I'm bringing in Charlie the Chicken single-handed. Let's go, Mulligan.
Okay, Chief.
This is mighty exciting, Mr. Mobbuster. What happened next? Those chickens were disappearing every day. I got a tip that Charlie the Chicken was going to rob the biggest chicken coop in the Bronx. You were prepared? Mulligan and I hid in the coop. Day and night we sat on two nests, disguised as chickens. One night as we sat there in the dark, clucking, I heard Mulligan speak.
Chief, I gotta get off this nest. No kidding, if I...
Quiet, Mulligan. Somebody just came in the coop.
Okay, Chief. I'll get back on the nest. We better start clucking again.
Who's talking? Who's in here? Who's there? When till I flash me searchlight? I thought so. 2 chickens with derbies on.
I've got Charlie the Chicken.
Coppers, eh? Take this.
We can lay the chief on this table, Miss Finn.
Okay, Mulligan. Easy now.
Oh.
We got you back to the office okay, Chief. No reporters even seen you.
I can't hear you.
No wonder you can't hear, Chief.
Jeepers. Charlie the Chicken shot off both your ears.
No ears? Well, what'll I hang my glasses on?
Gee, you're a sight, Chief. In that chicken coop 3 days, phew.
Let me get some of them chicken feathers off you.
Yeah, I'll comb this mash out of your hair, Chief.
Never mind the mash. Get this egg off my chin. My beard looks like an omelet with a point on it.
Charlie the Chicken got away clean.
Yes, but I'm a mess. I'll find Charlie the Chicken if it's...
I'll get it, Chief. Don't bother getting up. You'll dirty the floor. Hello?
Is Mr. Mobbuster there?
Yeah?
This is the FBI.
Yeah.
Charlie the Chicken is going to stick up the Acme cold storage plant tonight. Tell Mr. Mobbuster to get going.
Okay, John Egger.
Who was it, Mulligan?
The FBI, John Egger personally. Charlie the Chicken is holding up the Acme cold storage plant, Chief, and the job is tonight.
This time, Mulligan, Charlie the Chicken is a dead duck. Let's go.
Okay, Chief.
You've got us all biting our nails, Mr. Mobbuster. Did you catch Charlie?
Not exactly. Miss Finn, Mulligan, and I went to the cold storage plant. We were hiding behind 3 icicles. I heard Mulligan say...
Shh, quiet, Chief. Charlie the Chicken is in that icebox.
Good. Good. I've got him trapped.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, what's your next move, Chief?
Mulligan, you and Miss Finn go back to the office and call the reporters and photographers.
But, Chief...
I'm bringing in Charlie the Chicken alone.
Good luck, Chief. Let's beat it, Miss Finn.
Now, I'll open this icebox door.
Who opened that door?
Come out with your hands up, Charlie the Chicken.
Oh, yeah? Take this, copper. Oh! Now, Mr. Mobbuster, I'm locking you in this icebox.
No!
You can lay the chief on the floor, Mulligan.
Okay, Miss Finn. He's a solid block of ice. I'll put him down over here. Hey, that was a good idea of yours, carrying the chief home with these ice tongs.
2 weeks in that ice box, he looks like a human rink.
I'll chip away some of this ice and see if the chief is still alive.
Chip a hole near his mouth.
Okay. As soon as I chip off this little chunk, his mouth will be free.
How do you feel, Chief?
Ooh, like a big popsicle. Get me out of this frozen kimono.
A couple of more chops, Chief.
There you are, Chief.
Ooh, what an experience. I'm colder than a snowman's clavicle.
Hey, Chief, your nose is gone.
Charlie the Chicken's a sure shot, Chief.
I know. My ears are gone. My nose is shut off. I'm starting to lose faith.
Hey, Chief, why don't you call off this manhunt?
Hey, Chief, this code message just came on the teletype.
Eureka! The address of Charlie the Chicken's hideout. Come on, Mulligan.
Okay, Chief. Is this the joint, Chief?
Yes. Charlie the Chicken hangs out in this Bowery saloon.
Yeah?
Let's go in.
Hey, you better be careful, Chief. Chief, this joint looks creepy.
Hey, bartender, is Charlie around?
Look behind you, bud.
Clap hands, Chief. Here comes Charlie.
At last, Charlie, I've got you.
Nobody's taking Charlie the Chicken alive, copper. Take that!
Gosh! What happened then, Mr. Mobbuster?
Well, Charlie the Chicken made his final getaway. He disappeared completely.
And you?
I was removed from office. When I got out of the charity ward, practically and partially recovered from my wounds, I was out of work for 9 years until I got this job on the radio.
What became of Charlie?
Charlie the Chicken sold all his stolen chickens in the black market for a fabulous sum and is now living in Florida under the alias of Gordon the Goose. He has a 50-room mansion with a private beach, 3 yachts, 12 speedboats, and a private plane. He spends his days at the track and is engaged to a beautiful movie star.
And so, Mr. Mobbuster, the moral of this story is...
crime does not pay.
Thank Monte Wooley for joining us tonight. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday night, the Fred Allen Show brings you comedy. Comedy, that is. Drama.
I'm finished, Ronald. I'm at the end of my rope.
Cheer up, old girl, cheer up. I'll wind up your yo-yo again.
And our guest will be...
Boris Karloff.
Boo. Good night.
Fred Allen will be back again next week at this same time. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.